And we'll make a start. Warm welcome to members of the committee, and particular warm welcome to our members of the community and our panel who are here, and we're going to hear from some of those members today. First of all, just apologies. We've got apologies from Councillor Stewart. Member Taipiri and Quacks for lateness, and Councillor Fletcher for absence on council business, Councillor Lee for early departure, and I'm happy to move those. If someone, thank you, Councillor Wood. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
It's carried. Declarations of interest. We haven't had any. But as always, if they come up, please let us know. Now, item number 3, the confirmation of minutes. We've just handed those out because the meeting was only yesterday, and there will be some discussion, and has been some discussion, about the quorum issue. I've had a lot of advice from the very learned staff, and because it was a non-decision making meeting, the difference of 8 minutes between the 9:10 and the 9:18 was somewhat at my discretion because of the non-decision making nature of the meeting and the fact that we knew that people were walking, running and making their way here. The restarting of the meeting was entirely appropriate. The other issue being that if we'd adjourned to a workshop, the main reason for the meeting was to have the public present, although we weren't inundated with public, but it was also to have it filmed and make sure that it was available to the public, and that seemed like a very good idea. So is someone happy? I'm happy to move the minutes.
Can I have
Councillor
just a brief? It says that Councillor Cashmore left at 11:06 and I left at 11:05. I walked out after him.
Okay. Good. Close enough. Right, that's been moved and seconded. I'll put those. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Petitions, there are none, but we have public input, and warm welcome to our public inputees. And just as a bit of a flag, we'll hear our input, and then we're going to move that the notice of motion that everyone will be speaking to actually is dealt with straight after that, and I'll be happy to just signal that I'll be moving that. So first of all, warm welcome, Richard Northey, well known to us.
Thanks. Well, the presentation will be distributed. I think you're aware of the nature of the District Council of Social Services. It's our view it's a core responsibility of government at all levels, whether central or local, to ensure that our residents' basic human needs are met. And to us in ADCOS, as they famously were stated by Norman Kirk, these basic needs are income, it's enough to survive and participate in society on, preferably from a job, enough healthy, clean and affordable food and water to thrive on, and at the moment the market's providing the food adequately, but council needs to provide the reliable water, and the choice of an affordable, healthy, sustainable home to live in. Unfortunately, the provision of a choice of affordable, healthy, sustainable housing has become an increasingly clear case of market failure in Auckland. Both the government and the Auckland Council have made substantial continuing efforts to facilitate others to provide such housing in Auckland, but the overall affordable housing situation continues to worsen. Historically, both central government and the Auckland councils were all very active in actually building, increasing and managing social housing and housing for those on low incomes, particularly for pensioners in the case of the Auckland councils. We believe that this crisis cannot be responded to simply by maintaining the amount of pensioner and low-income housing the Auckland Council provides, but by Council formally committing actively to increase it. And we strongly appeal to you to do so today. This December 2015 major study and publication by the Salvation Army, led by Alan Johnson, called Homeless Baby Boomers, housing baby boomers in their retirement clearly reveals a major developing crisis in older people's housing. Whereas traditionally most superannuitants owned mortgage-free homes on their retirement, this will soon no longer be the case. The Salvation Army estimates that soon 35% of superannuitants will need to be renting and will have very little income beyond national superannuation. Their family and their community links and their purposes in life will usually remain in Auckland, near to where they've been living. The Auckland Council ought to feel an obligation not merely to facilitate, but actually to resource and provide housing for a significant proportion of these people who have built the Auckland that we now enjoy. The new partnership that you have with the Selwyn Foundation, together with the probable access to subsidised income-related rents that it will bring, makes such action significantly to increase councillors' pensioner housing numbers, not only morally compelling, but totally practicable financially. Because private agencies are building little or no accommodation that is appropriate for low-income pensioners, Auckland Council should set a paradigm example of what can and ought to be done for this group in order to persuade and enable other agencies also to do so. I've given there a quote from the Salvation Army's report, which makes it clear that for the private providers of housing, this is not an area of interest or profit for them. And it ends by saying the housing needs of low and modest income older people often fall into the margins of the housing market. This is in part because meeting their needs is not particularly profitable, especially against what appear to be far more lucrative investment in retirement complexes and lifestyle villages, which are aimed at wealthier retirees. I've included here an extract from our submission on the Auckland Council budget and the two sections there on housing. So basically we make 4 points. Two of them are really principally unitary plan ones, the support for inclusionary zoning to require every significant development to include 15% or so of affordable housing. Secondly, some intensification even in the inner and leafy suburbs so that older adults, when they want to move from their original family home, have somewhere that they can afford to move into in the same suburb to keep their links is really important to them. And then there are two major points with relevance to this issue in the budget. First is the working with iwi community housing associations and private providers through advice, bonds, guaranteeing loans and resource and building consents, which an area you're really already quite active in. And the second one is this point about working with the Selwyn Foundation to actually increase the number of affordable and social housing units in each complex. Sometimes you may wish to add a mix of working families as well within that land, but the actual number of pensioner housing within those complexes also needs to increase. So that's our...
Perfect timing, Richard. Have we got time for a couple of questions, if need be? Councillor Cashmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Richard. Like the consistency of your approach, you're advocating for 15% of affordable houses in all developments, and especially in the inner suburbs. So the intensification provisions in the proposed Auckland Unitary Plan, you would support some greater intensification in the inner suburbs?
Yes, that's right.
To enable...
We've made submissions on the Unitary Plan to that effect.
To enable affordability?
Yes, that's correct.
And you'd see that as a critical component?
That's, as I said, so that the sort of middle range pensioner who can no longer afford the big house they've got in a suburb which is values increased, can move to somewhere smaller in the same suburbs. They can go to the same church, stay active in U3A and things like that as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cashmore. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. Look, just along the same lines, Richard, in regards to the density and intensification, I'd be interested to see from ADCOS what their thoughts were around the the intensification and the outer scope issue that came to fore, what your thoughts would be on that?
I think we
as you can see from
I-
our
yeah, I'm
submission, we
just-
recognise
I
that there
know.
were serious
Richard,
process
thank
issues in
you.
that. The outcome is we want more, but how you do it is up to you.
Yeah, we just need to be a little bit cautious about straying into debate discussion.
Oh,
about
from
input
that?
into the
Okay, no,
agenda.
that's fair enough.
No,
Richard is
Thank you, Richard.
Richard is apolitical, so keep him
it's,
Good answer.
we
Don't drag Richard into politics.
we hear you. Last question to councillor.
Thank you, Richard. Just to comment on page 2, that highlighted paragraph, when you talk about you want council to do more in pursuit of clear strategies in terms of compensatory savings and roading. So are you saying you want less roads and more, is that what you're saying, and more public transport, or?
Yes, that's right. I mean, we've got, obviously,
Spending
these are 2
billions
points
of
on
dollars,
housing.
yeah.
We've got 15 points, and yes, both changes to the frequency of road and curb and channeling maintenance, and also less spending on new roads as well, yeah. But
Thank
that's
you.
a different issue, yep.
Thank
Except
you.
in Rodney, Richard.
Except in
Fantastic.
Rodney Sealed.
Thank you so much, Richard.
fine.
Lovely to see you. Now, we've got a few more presenters. Now, I know we've got on our list the wonderful Margaret Devlin. Margaret has actually lost her voice, so Margaret's got Judy along with her. So would both of you like to come up?
Be coming up as a group.
Oh, fantastic. So this is on behalf of the seniors panel as a team. So Judy, I'll get you to lead this and introduce people. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Margaret Devlin, and she and I'll be lip syncing so that I stay on message. Russell Rigby, and Richard, and of course there's myself. So greetings to everyone, and to my fellow panel members. I think that you should be aware of the fact that right from the start, our panel made housing a key priority area, and that's why we're here today, because we actually feel passionately about this area. The demographics that you can see indicate that 11.5% of Aucklanders are over 65. The percentage will increase dramatically, especially over the next 10 to 20 years as the baby boomers reach the golden age. These statistics come from the Marie Anderson's presentation to our panel in July 2015. She's the director of the Housing Project Office. Can we have the next one, please? There are some key issues. A recent British study from the Shelter UK has highlighted the importance of the home to older people. As you can see, over 3/4 of older people's time is spent in their home. We know too that from many studies that those who feel part of their community and take part in it are much healthier than those who are isolated. So the home is hugely important as we age, and might I add that security of tenure of that home is very important as well. Can we have the next one, please? Changing home ownership and affordability patterns mean that we need to plan for housing older residents, both from now and for the future. Currently, 40% of seniors rely totally on their New Zealand super scheme for their income, and that figure is from the MSD, based on the 2013 census. They have absolutely no other means of support in terms of cash flow. Our panel wants to see a seniors housing action plan established. We anticipate enormous stress in the future unless some key work is undertaken now. And the figures that you see are, again, from Ree Anderson's July 2015 presentation to our panel. You can see here that those who are now over 50 years of age are expected to have the greatest income stress in the future. Those who are paying over 50% of their income on housing costs will have very challenging circumstances that will no doubt result in lack of nourishment, heating, and other essentials for a healthy life. Anecdotal evidence provided to me this week by Age Concern, when I've attended a Positive Ageing Network meeting, provided stories of exactly the sorts of things that we were talking about there, about not being able to afford the essentials of life. Can we have the next slide, please? This relates to the Salvation Army homeless baby boomer study that Richard's already referred to. I think it's important to recognise that these are national figures as opposed to Auckland-based figures, but they're still instructive. Home ownership rates are dropping, as you can see, with an anticipated third of future seniors expected to be renting with government assistance. So it's important to recognise that you've got 30 to 35% of future retirees will rent and require government assistance, as it points out. And if you project those figures into the future, you can see that they're going to increase considerably by 2025. Can we have the next one, please? So by 2030, the picture will look very different. A very large number of seniors will be in incredibly difficult circumstances. By 2030, 200,000 over 65s won't be able to own their own home, and they won't be able to afford to rent. So where does this put the council? Well, we know that local government is only one of a number of stakeholders involved in seniors housing, but council can and does have a huge influence because of the many hats that it wears. It takes a lead role as a planner. It is very influential as an advocate and is doing much important housing work here. It can use its regulatory role to increase incentives. Council already has a partner with the Selvin Foundation, for example, in the provision of services to older people. And of course, you are the direct provider of housing with 1,412 units and 380 on the waiting list for those units as of January this year. Council has land within the current villages and in many other locations which might, we believe, should be considered for further social housing for older people. This might be a partnership basis, for example, with council providing long-term lease and land, and considering the options of working with iwi and other social housing providers. Can we have the final slide, please? So given the context of increasing numbers of seniors, given the context of increasing house prices, given the context of the increasing numbers of retirees renting, and the fact that MB has funded K. Somerville Smith to research the area of seniors and renting, we are here in support of the motion today, which is agenda item 8, to change the wording in the Housing Action Plan to increasing the existing number of units for older people. This increase is not just desirable, it is absolutely essential if we are to house vulnerable older people in the future. This needs to be part of a wider strategy. We need to plan now for 10 years. In 10 years' time, it'll be too late, and Auckland Council must take a lead in this planning. We are aware that there is currently some policy work being undertaken to establish baseline information. We are confident that this will give rise to the specific actions for seniors housing, which will help alleviate a looming crisis. There is an urgent need to explore sustainable solutions if older Aucklanders are to live with dignity in the world's most livable city. We hope you will support this motion, and thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you today.
Judy, thank you very much. Now, Russell, did you have anything to... I won't invite Margaret if she had anything to add, because she can't.
I think Judy has said very clearly what we've been thinking, but I do think there's a very deep logic about looking after this increasing area of population when we are also constantly putting in new roads for increasing traffic. And I do wonder whether people matter more than cars, or well-being of community than economy. They all run together, but people care is really important.
Russell, thank you. Any quick questions? Thank you. Can I warmly thank you for an excellent presentation, and as I say, we'll be moving straight to the notice of motion, hopefully, to have the discussion. So our final speaker on this issue is Bill Rayner, our Zone Director from Grey Power, and again, Bill, well known to everybody. Welcome, Bill. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Casey for bringing this issue forward, and also acknowledge the contribution made by the seniors group and Richard Northey, who's perhaps spoken the broader context of the critical need for pensioner housing in the city. I was intrigued to go back and see that the motion related to the Auckland Housing Action Plan of 2012, and I note there that the Mayor at the time highlighted the housing as the city's second most important issue after transport. He said Aucklanders must be housed in a way they can afford. And he mentioned that housing had become a problem of such scale that the Auckland Plan referred to it as a housing crisis. He was concerned at that time that the median house price is more than $500,000. You'll now all be aware it's now reached $820,000, and the crisis has moved from, and the position has moved from a crisis to a catastrophe. I think the difficulty in a city like Auckland, where the development pressures are on this higher migration, it's the vulnerable that suffer. And I think the seniors are at the front end of that vulnerable aspect, and there's several aspects that come into it. Grey Power's been working with the senior community in the pensioner courts for over 18 months now, when the issue first arose, when the rents were increased from the sort of subsidised rents of the legacy councils to the 30% of income base. That worked out extremely well. I think it was appreciated by the council. It led to the formation of resident groups that had a voice with the council, which didn't exist before. And at the same time, it threw up a lot of issues in the broader context of pensioner housing that were perhaps unaware of. And one that actually continues, which concerned me, is the fact there are a number of units still vacant in those courts after all the publicity, and that's something that's been to be addressed. I think the real issue that we do have with the courts is, as mentioned, about 1,400 of them. They tend to be in the north, the west and the south, because Auckland City sold off their stock under John Banks some years ago. And I think the key thing is it's critical, and the essence of Councillor Casey's resolution is what Grey Power was advocating, both to the annual plan submissions and also in the context of our discussions with the council and Auckland Properties, is that the existing land that is where the courts are, as they get redeveloped, should be used exclusively for the extra pensioner units. The policy now says there will be no less, but the point to pick up, there will be redevelopment, there will be room for more units in the context of what exists now. The seniors panel and Richard spoke about the broader context of more housing in general, but I think it's important to recognise the small step right now is quite critical. And I think it's not realised, I think the figures presented too are very revealing, but there's real pressure on the seniors in the city now, not just the bottom end, but the top end as well. The numbers involved in housing are beyond comprehension to the seniors. 800,000 for a house when you probably bought one for 30,000, and people earned incomes of probably $50,000, $60,000 during their working lives. And we have a situation now, even with our grey power committees, I know 5 of my personal associates in the grey power thing have left the city. And this is a hidden sort of factor that's come into it as well. Some go with a bit of a golden handshake, some go because they just can't afford it. But at the same time, there's a dynamic now where a cornerstone of the community in many ways is leaving. And you see in the paper where the pressure's now building up in the Taurangas and the Hamiltons and whatever from that dynamic going out. The other thing that seniors face too in the modern sort of development situation, they suffered from the leaky homes first time round. Now the situation arising with shoddy building practices where they're caught up in that as well. And they don't have the resilience in their finances to handle these. And it's just recently been announced as well that body corporate management problems are arising where seniors, even the wealthier ones, faced with high costs to keep their premises up to date. The other sort of hidden factor in all this problem in the city with the housing at the moment is that the pressures coming on seniors, they look at their children, their grandchildren, and think, how on earth are they going to cope? So they're getting into a situation where they're forced in some ways to set up to help their kids get into a home. So there's a huge dynamic which is rolling around, unfortunately, in the city at the moment. I must admit, I was in Hobart a couple of weeks ago, and if you want to look at a livable city, that's exactly it. It's small, 250,000, lovely environment, just like Auckland, no development pressure, which is the other side of the coin, of course, and I thought, well, we've got a lot of problems here, which of course you know more about than I would. But in the context of it, I just urge you to sort of support this motion. It is small in the overall context of the need, but is a step forward, and it's something that the council can in fact work with. And there's also what you might call a moral aspect. Most of the land involved in the pensioner courts at the moment was developed under a joint government council scheme where the council provided the land and the government provided funding for building. They worked on a self-sustaining basis.
Nearly down the
And
time.
the other point too is some of it was actually donated. So it's not land to be disposed of or sold off to go to the general pot. So that's all I have to say. I would thank my colleagues for their presentations and I would urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any question? Councillor Cashmore.
Yes, thanks, and thanks, Bill, for advocacy. A couple of points I'd like your opinion on. One is, we have over 50-odd thousand people coming into Auckland at the moment, so we've got growth pressures that have never been seen before. We are building record numbers of houses or allowing them to be built by allocating sections, yet we're still struggling to keep up with the demand. Hence, we are getting people seeing the upward movement. The latest figures with an $820,000 average mean price for a house. The article stated that over 40% of those were investor properties. And that's also, with that sort of capital required, you're also looking at a high rental component to get a return. So do you see a solution on that quotient? And the other thing, do you envisage that the supply-demand matrix should be shifted in some way to enable a better balance of ability to build as compared to the people that are coming?
That's a delicate subject. You may recall a very first submission to made, Grey Power got into strife because they suggested we should have a population policy forum to discuss exactly those issues. And of course it gets back to the point I made again. I mean, $800,000, even $500,000 isn't an affordable house for most people. Yep. And for seniors, it's just virtually impossible. And the whole economic aspect has shifted beyond people's ability to cope. It's black and white. There's no shades of grey. It's dead simple, and so people have to move out. You'll never in the current sort of climate. I remember coming to one of the unitary plan discussions where a developer said it costs $350,000 to get a section up in South Auckland. That's before you build a house. And so this is the problem. The concept of affordable housing is presented by the media things. It's a waste of words. Affordable is just not right. So I don't know. I think we've reached the tipping point. There really isn't a solution in the current economic climate in the city for affordable housing.
Probably very true.
Well, we'll give it a crack in our discussion shortly. Bill, thank you very much. And echoing Councillor Cashmore's words, thank you for your advocacy.
Happy to
So
thank Bill.
I'll move that we thank...
Second.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Walker, did you have a question for
No, I was
Mr.
just
Ray?
going to move thanking Bill.
Oh, lovely. Moved Councillor Walker, seconded Councillor Casey. I'll put that. All those, or should we do it for the whole group as a whole?
And can we receive the presentation?
That's what we were working
Is that there?
towards.
No, it just says
Receive the
thank.
presentation and thank the presenters. Councillor Walker, Councillor Casey, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. So I thought we would have to change the order, but we don't because there is no local board input. So we'll move, and no extraordinary business, so we'll move straight to the notice of motion. And we'll just get it up on the... So you'll note, councillors and members, it differs a little bit from what is printed in our agenda, and councillors Casey and Watson have added the words subject to approval from Finance and Performance Committee as part of the 16-17 annual plan process, which just puts it in a slightly wider context. There's also been some discussion about whether it's annual plan or LTP, so we'll take a few questions, but I'm actually going to ask our CFO to give us a little bit of advice on the benefit of annual plan versus LTP. Councillor Lee.
Just a technical question, Madam Chair. I have noticed this in the past with notices of motion from members of the governing body on the agenda. There seems to be a quality problem. When you look at the agenda itself, it's beautifully clear, very good font and bright colour. But when you go to the notice of motion, it looks like it's the 30th copy in an old Xerox machine, and the font has shrunk down. Could we, I understand that these notices of motion are emailed through, so really should print out exactly the same as the rest of the agenda, but you have a look at that, it's kind of hard to even read it.
We will pick that up. I
Thank
don't
you.
think we need to discuss that. We will deal with that. Thank you, Councillor Lee. Okay. Councillor Casey, would you like to speak to your notice of motion? And Councillor
I'll
Watson.
try not to go over the points made by the presenters this morning. I'll start by saying, I think it was this presentation that finally said I have to do something here, and it was a workshop we were all at that outlined the activity of the Auckland Council group housing activity. And what bothered me was that housing for older people was in the category called choice, not in the category called supply. And it bothered me that the words that are directing that are in the Housing Action Plan. And it's a plan rather than a policy because that was what we decided would get through this council quicker. So there never has been a debate, a political debate about the words. And it's simple. The words currently say we will maintain the existing level of council-owned pensioner housing. And what these good people have said to us today and through the annual plan, and you heard from ADCOS, Grey Power, Age Concern and the seniors panel, that they would like to see council increase the stock of pensioner housing. It's that simple. Now, let me take you on a wee history tour back to 2002, when the council, in its wisdom, sold off 1,600
The
units.
Auckland City Council. Sorry, we just need to be really clear for our community
We're biting.
which councils did this, because,
exactly
you know,
right.
Auckland City Council sold, the other councils held on.
Councillor Brewer.
16,012 houses were sold off. It had a book value of $110 million. It was sold back to the government for $87 million. The reason I refer to this is there were 10,000 submissions against. And the reasons that were put up, very, very, very strong submissions against, was that the main one is that council has a moral obligation to provide housing for its pensioners or its older people. It's core business. And that's what these people are telling us today. We have a core business that in actual fact will lead to a decrease, because as you've heard, the population, I think by 2036, 1 in 4 New Zealanders, or Aucklanders rather, are going to be over the age of 65. By 2036. So if we are maintaining the level and the population over the age of 65 is going up, what we're actually doing is reducing markedly the stock. Wellington at the moment has 55 pensioner housing for every 1,000 people over the age of 65. Christchurch before 2012 had 47. Do you know what we have currently? 9. 9 pensioner units for every 1,000 people over the age of 65. And that can only get worse. So it's simply a wee change in direction, a wee change of words which will allow Panuku and therefore the Selwyn Foundation to increase our stock. And that's what we owe to the older people of Auckland. And that's what we're not seeing at the moment. I listened very carefully to Alan when he came to talk. Alan McGregor came to present to the seniors panel on pensioner housing for Panuku. And he said there is an expectation we would increase. That's what these words allow, an expectation. Well, actually, are we directing this council or not? Because to maintain at least the existing level is waffle. If we are directing, we say we would like to increase. So that's all. It's just a change of 5 words. And there will be, if there are financial obligations, we'll look into that too. But that's the response to the increasing population aged over 65. That's our response to the annual plan submissions. That's our response to the advocacy from these groups that came today. So I really look forward to your support, and let's move on from here.
Thank you, Councillor. So that's been moved. And Councillor Watson, seconding.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Casey, for putting this motion forward. And I noticed that, and Councillor Lee would be interested to know in the use of the font and bold highlighting there, it is those 2 words, while increasing. They're the key words. And I think Mr. Rayner really made a valuable observation there when he said that this is really small in the overall context of the need that is required. It's a right move, but it's a start. It's a bit of a measured move, and as much as anything, it's just driven by sheer population dynamics. Councillor Casey referred to how we compare to Wellington and Christchurch, a few other places. Wellington City, I just had a look at the stats there. Their population is 203,000. Their number of units they own at over 40 locations are 2,200. That's not just housing for the elderly, that's social units. Auckland Council, by contrast, our population 1.57 million, that's nearly 8 times more. And we have 1,412 units for older people, and I don't think we have much other social housing stock outside of that. So they have, nearly 800 units more than us, and they have a fraction of the population. We had 43,000 Aucklanders in the last 12 months. That's 21% of Wellington City's overall population. So you can see just the sheer population dynamics show that we need to increase. And I refer again to the notion that this is just as a beginning. If we are to be socially aspirational, that is, we've got transport aspirations, we have events aspirations. If we're going to be aspirational for our older people, then we need to do something about this housing and play our part. We're not the sole answer, no one's saying that, but we're an important part of it. Of course we are. Councils are traditionally the go-to for people in the community, especially people who are a bit up against it. They go to their council. And and we're the biggest council in New Zealand, and they've come to us, and they've come to us in some numbers. Just in terms of contributions, and I don't want to labour the Wellington comparison, but they're undertaking a $400 million upgrade, admittedly, in association with the government, $400 million in the upgrade of their units. That leads to the sort of comments in the community that Wellington Council has improved the standard of what people are living in over their city, little by little. This new housing for elderly development, 8.7 million in Marshall Court, social housing, including elderly, won a Wellington Architecture Award from the New Zealand Institute of Architects. So that's what Wellington's doing. Far more provision of numbers, dare I say it, on face value, a better standard of accommodation, and more important, obviously a sheer will to do something for those people, their elderly included, that are at the bottom end of things. And as Bill said, those elderly people are at the forefront of the vulnerable, and that's going to become increasingly so. So I don't think I need to say much more other than this is something that needs to be done. It's a beginning, but it's the right beginning, and it's a belated start to a need that's going to become ever increasingly apparent. So let's try and emulate our southern cousins and make this today a start to provide more for the elderly and to improve provision for the elderly in the same fashion that they've done in Wellington. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. I'm going to just ask, before we carry on, I know Councillor Walker wishes to speak, I'm just going to ask Sue to clarify the ability for us, or the best place to have the strategic discussion, just to make sure that people are comfortable with the notice of motion, and that's annual plan versus LTP, just to make sure that we're not missing an opportunity here. And I guess we can't ask Sue to comment on this, but remembering that for the councils that did hold on to their older adult housing, the battle has been with governments of both persuasions to actually get support for that. You know, good for Wellington getting 400 million. It's nothing like close proximity to the seat of government to help, but I know out west we struggled both under the Labour and under the national governments to get any support, just saying. Sue, can you just give us that steer on LTP versus annual plan?
Certainly, Madam Chair. It is, in fact, a two-part process. The first part that relates to this notice of motion in the annual plan is the fact that if there is unbudgeted operating expense that will be associated with developing this further, then that needs to be contemplated in this year's budget setting process. The second part of this is you will see and we have mentioned this, both Matthew Walker and I have mentioned this in previous annual plan workshops. We will be bringing forward to you at the workshop on the 28th of April, there will be more material being presented to you by Panuku Development Auckland on housing for older persons. There will also be work that we are doing to support that you will see come to you as governing body on the 25th of May. And that is actually the material that you are required to adopt for consultation. Madam Chair, there is a need to consult on this, and that we will do through the annual plan process. That will then, as a result of that, potentially subject to your decision making, mean that you may indeed need to bring more work forward for the 2018 long-term plan refresh.
That's useful, thank you. Councillor Walker, and then
I'd like
Councillor Nye, then Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like to support this motion, and I'll make some comments that complement those that Councillor Casey and Councillor Watson have made. I would suggest, as far as the Auckland plan is concerned, and also the unitary plan, that this motion is entirely complementary, because what it is looking at is more intensification in those areas where we already have the provision of housing for the elderly. So it is entirely complementary. I'd suggest that there are also economies of scale in terms of building, because if you have more building, it follows that hopefully it'll be cheaper. The other advantage is that people, and especially older people, like to be social, they like to be together, and often they've got common needs. And I know from my experience, from older people that I know, that that is certainly the case. The existing situation where we've got already communities of older people in our pensioner housing works well, so why wouldn't you make it work even better? So this is sensible, it's urgent. Just as an aside, I was out last night, I was talking with some people, and they told me about some elderly people on the North Shore living in a garage right now, living in cold conditions, wondering how they're going to get through the winter because they simply cannot afford to live anywhere else. They're basically squatting. So that's what's happening right now. It's urgent and it's getting worse by the day. It's clear that the market does not deliver and will not deliver, because if you're a developer and you want to make money, you'll build arguably the most expensive property you can on a site because you'll make the most out of it. So this kind of housing, which is and needs to be inexpensive, is not going to be delivered by the marketplace. Who is going to deliver? Aside from the Salvation Army and other social housing providers, essentially it falls to the government and the council. I won't talk about the government. Obviously they're not going there. Certainly not this government, but this council can. And that is important. The other related comment, and it goes to the circumstance that elderly are in now, is if you've got money in a bank account, and that's a very secure place to have money, you're not making any money out of it. You're not getting any interest. Superannuation is hardly keeping pace. So housing, which is a fundamental need for people and for the elderly, is not being met. This is an opportunity for us to change the game. I'd urge every councillor to support this and to support it unanimously.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor, I know the clapping is there to support. My very gentle advice is sometimes that's counterproductive. Just a bit of advice. Councillor Renai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally support what's been put up here, and I want to thank the presenters for what they've had to say. In the future, we will be embarrassed by saying we are the most affordable living city in the world. I predict a tsunami of homeless, 55 plus to 60 people coming to this city in the next couple of years. We already know that the homeless in Auckland has doubled already. My concern is this: while I've heard this morning we've talked about a sector, there's another sector I don't think actually reaches your table to talk to you. And as the sector of people out there who've rented all their lives, who've rented with Housing New Zealand, who've had 3 or 4 children, who the children have left the nest, and now there's 2 of them in this house, both unemployed, on a benefit. Housing New Zealand wants that house back for young couples coming through and need that house. Where are these people going? To rent a house is $500 plus per week. If you're getting $550 in your benefits, how do you live? We have a serious problem that's going to hit the road soon with us. And I know internationally they're talking about this type of situation, not just here, but overseas as well. And I sat and I looked at the Tamaki Regeneration Project, Madam Chair. They got 2,800 social houses given to them, plus $200 million. I believe all they're going to provide is 2,800 social houses, and the rest is going to be profit-sharing business, pure business, where they can get 3 houses on one of those sections. I haven't seen any direction to them or anybody else in this line saying you must provide something for the pensioners, because they are going to make money out of this thing. They're going to build very expensive houses. They're going to sell for more than 800,000, I can tell you that. So where in this can we do something? I see the opportunity. I see the opportunity how we can do this. It's not a matter of financing, it's a matter of leverage against the land we've got to build. This is a business that's going to pay itself over time, because they're going to be paying some rent for these properties. So when are we going to start focusing on doing this in a manner for our people that count? Do we want to be embarrassed in the future with the huge number of pensioners homeless in Auckland? I say no. I would be very embarrassed that I sat around this table if that ever happened. So I strongly support it, and I ask you all to support this, because we've got to find a solution to the problem that is coming head on to us, that right now I don't hear anything around this table saying we have a situation that we've got to resolve. So I'm asking you humbly, we have to find solutions to it, Madam Chair.
Thank
And I
you.
support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions that I think that are probably the domain of Mr Quinn. He can possibly help me here. When the Auckland plan was being developed, there was some discussion around the focus on youth and whether that would be at the expense of trying to prioritise those policies that I think we're debating today, and whether or not we needed to have greater specificity around the elderly in our community. And there were a number of amendments that were put up at the time, giving some higher weighting to the elderly in the Auckland community. Can you tell me, given where the Auckland plan sits at the moment, with the budget, with the Auckland plan refresh, how that's shaping up and how we can, because I suspect that this is going to go through unanimously today, but what I'm wanting to do is to make sure that there is a really comprehensive approach to this, and that we, in the care of the elderly, that it is not going to be ad hocery. So we can actually look to the budget at the Auckland plan refresh and make sure all of our policies are going to flow out of that seamlessly. And I share the view of the Chair that governments of both the right and the left have been, frankly, not as engaged in the partnership that they need to have with local government on this issue. So I'm interested, just as we've been ambitious in the transport projects that we have adopted, knowing that there will be other funding partners in the delivery of that, how can we ensure that the ambitions that we have for the care of the elderly in our community can be properly expressed in our council documentation, but with a meaningful intention of developing better partnerships with government?
I think firstly, I wasn't here for the original plan, as you know, so I wasn't for those debates at that time. I wasn't a part of. But I think the key thing is some of the debates you're having today is about being clear to officers about the balance you're expecting, and the words that Councillor Casey are asking for expresses a higher bar, perhaps, than the bar before. I think what we as officers need is clarity when we get to debating the balances of where our resources are put in a crude way. So that's the first piece. But look, the team, the reason we need so many people involved in the Auckland plan is because it cuts across the huge breadth of what we're accountable for. And as the refresh team work through the refresh of that, we will absolutely take the guidance we have and the situation analysis we have, which includes all the complexities of the growth and those things, and we will refresh the plan around that guidance in context of where we are. So in a general sense it's that, and that's why I think the world's most livable city to me is a great guide, because the livable word is such a strong word, I think, to guide how you decide the balance of all of these things, because it's, you know as well as I do, the finity of resources is a real thing. How do we incite the market around us? How do we allocate our resources well enough on balance to achieve all of those goals? So I can't give you it's that one thing, because if there was that one thing, it was a magic pill, we would have all done that, and you know as well as I, there's not one thing, but we are working through all of those things as we review the plan.
Thank you, Mr Quinn. And Madam Chair, I guess as somebody who put up a number of amendments during the development of the Auckland plan around getting some sharper focus around elderly, while it's really important to have that focus on youth, this is, I think, part of what we've got to be able to be more responsive to when we do that refresh. I do hope that this can be adopted today, and I commend those who have put it through in terms of a notice of motion. We have a very real responsibility to the elderly in our community, but that does not necessarily translate to the ability of the Auckland Council, unless government intends to change the legislation under which we work, to be able to fully fund these things. So I think it is yet again one of those issues that we need to have a much more sophisticated discussion with central government with, and I would hate the elderly, and it's very much the forefront of my mind at the moment. We mustn't allow these to be issues that polarise us as a council. This is something that I want to see councillors working across the divide on, and making sure that there is the necessary provision. So I hope councillors can support this today.
Can I just add then, as you raised the central government, because we're working a lot with the various agencies around housing in the wide sense, but we're very clear that this is an issue that's layered in many ways, and housing for older is one of those many layers. So we're very concerned, I guess, that we don't bundle that up into one high level thing, because I think the detail gets lost. So we're working through both the housing in a wide sense, but also the older people, affordable, all of those things. Again, it's about
I think in terms of the evolution of Auckland, there are so many issues. Yesterday we had a workshop on greenways, and when you think of the huge numbers of partners that fit in this, but getting a strategic objective and getting that articulated in such a way that it can be deliverable. Housing is much the same. It isn't the responsibility of any one agency, but that's where leadership and maturity in terms of being able to have a meaningful conversation with all of the parties, but the party that I want to see really being engaged, because general taxation is there to fund this, and we can do that in partnership with central government, but it needs to be something promoted better by ourselves.
I think that is a really good point, actually, Councillor Fletcher, and I think that gets to the heart of this, the need for us to have a really gritty discussion at finance and performance about how we engage with central government once we understand the financial contributions that are expected. I think that gets right to the heart of the discussion, so let's look forward to that. Now, we've had 3 speakers for. I'm going to ask for speakers against, and given that, and then we'll go back to the mover. We will have lots of opportunities to discuss this. We don't need to have the whole debate today. So, Councillor Brewer, you're going to a speaker against?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker against might be slightly hard.
I don't know if
what I want to speak against is the timing of this and the context of all this. Sorry? No. And I was called out by Mayor Brown on the Auckland City decision, Auckland City Council decision. I think I want to put some context in it, because it's something we can learn from. We often around this chamber, and I've heard it for 5 years, cite that decision, but we never reflect on the outcome. And can I remind people that some here probably think that some flash Freds came in and bought that housing stock, but it was the 5th Labour government that offered to buy that housing stock in 2002, and it was for $83 million. There were 1,542 units, and the idea here, what I'm trying to accentuate, was it was a great outcome because 75 million from Housing New Zealand was then pumped in, invested in refurbishing and upgrading these units, and there are plenty of case studies afterwards where the pensioners that were interviewed, profiled afterwards, said they were pleased that government was the tenant, was the landlord
not Auckland Council, because Auckland Council, City Council, was not going to invest at that rate, 75 million over 5 years. They were also, pensioners were also given a lifetime guarantee by Housing New Zealand of tenure. And so we can cite that decision, but we need to reflect on the outcome, and I think that's relative for this, because this is a major policy shift, and I reflect on Dr. Bruce Hucker, who was a strong advocate for council ownership and having a role from the previous Auckland City Council, and he said back in 2002 that he would like to see the extent of the central government council partnership boosted. And I think that is an important conversation. Dr. Hucker also said, Mr. Brown, Your Worship, for your reference, that this was, the 2002 decision was a win-win. It provided, quote, pensioner tenants with security, access to income-related rents, improved accommodation, increased the stock of publicly owned and affordable rental housing in the city in great need, more rapid improvement of stock of accommodation, and in turn would improve the quality of life for tenants, said Mr. Dr. Hucker. And again, I think that, yes, as Dr. Hucker asked for back in 2002, there does need to be a major philosophical and policy discussion with central government on this, but I don't think it's in the last 5 months of this council. I think this is something that we need to hear from the mayoral candidates on, that we need to hear from the councillor candidates on, and the public need to give a fresh mandate on this as to whether we should maintain or whether we should increase our ownership and involvement. So for me, I'm not necessarily for or against this, but I am against it being discussed now. It's a major policy turn that has potentially significant LTP implications that have not been explored at any level. I respect the fact that it's come through as a notice of motion, but I really think that it deserves the mandate of the people come October the 8th, and then for the new council to make a decision in and around this. And it might have been based on a public mandate that Mr. Banks had in 2001, which he enforced in 2002. It might be a public mandate that goes the way of this, but it might not. And I think we owe it to the next council and to the security of our superannuitants in Auckland to know just exactly where this is heading, because I'd hate for this to be changed, and then for an incoming mayor and council to change it again. So I think for the sake of 5 or 6 months, when the new mayor and the ministers responsible sit down with councillors and discuss their policies, that might be the time to change the housing action plan. Changing it now, 4 or 5 months out from a local body election, which is such a major philosophical change with budgetary implications outside the LTP process, I think is inappropriate. So I'll be voting against it on those grounds. Thank you.
Councillor, we might just need to, we've got, everyone wants to speak now, so I'm going to try and differentiate between questions, and I apologise, the Mayor, I can't see, so I know the Mayor wants to speak. But can we just bring a little bit of logic into this before we now debate the entire issue without, as Councillor Burrows said, the information in front of us? Part of what, with the mover and seconder's approval, we added in the words around the Finance Committee and the annual plan process. So this is when we have the opportunity to at least get some of that extra information. And as our CFO explained, that then becomes part of the consultation. What's being put here is saying, can we at least get this back on the table as part of a wider discussion? So I think we just need to...
Well, the logic would be to get the financial advice first, Madam Chair, if you want to talk logic.
And I'm just trying to actually support a well-intended attempt by our councillors to get this on the table. And this happens all the time. We respect that, and it's democracy.
Well,
which
Madam
keep-
Chair,
Just
I
hang on,
don't respect
councillor.
you saying,
No,
can we have some logic in this after I've spoken?
well,
That-
hang on. Councillor.
That was unfair,
No,
okay?
no, Councillor Brewer.
We
Just
please have
step-
some logic in this,
No, but
is what was your opening comments.
Councillor, you need to just be a little bit less sensitive, because the point I was making was...
That's coming from
and
the
you're-
most offensive.
No, Councillor, just breathe. You're actually trying to foment an argument here that doesn't exist.
No, you started
I
it.
was agreeing with you.
Oh, so you see my discussion was very logical.
Quiet, Cameron, listen.
I'm not going to enter into this.
Well, that would
So,
be a first,
can
Madam
I-
Chair.
Madam Chair, I don't want to speak.
No, I don't want to talk. I don't want you yet.
Good, right, okay.
Sue, can you just explain again the issue that you when I asked you about the difference between the LTP and the annual plan process, can you just remind councillors
Agreeing
again
with
what you gave, the information that you gave us?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Like stated earlier, there is a two-part process we need to do with this. Firstly, the LTP that you adopted last year does not contemplate this.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you. As a result of that, what we have been working with the team on, and the team includes people in Dean Kimpton's area, it includes people in Jim's area, it also includes Panuku Development Auckland as part of, as the, if you like, their finance being the custodians of the annual plan process. We will be working with you through a workshop that is the 28th of April to actually give you a more detail of what is proposed here. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, given that this is not in the current LTP, we do need to consult. So we are working on the consultation material for you. We are also taking that through the approval process, which includes legal and audit, and we will be bringing that to you at governing body on the 25th of May, because that is the process for that to be adopted, and you can then go out and consult. You then you will have that the outcome of the consultation back to you, and you can then make your decisions. That may then mean that, depending on what your decisions are, that you may wish to then include a, should we say, slightly different policy to the current policy that you have in your LTP, whatever your decision is, in your next long-term plan, which will be 2018.
I think that was quite clear.
Madam Chair, can I seek some clarity in that? Is the suggestion, if this is to go into the next annual plan, that we need to reopen consultation in this?
Yeah, we got
on this matter?
submissions, that's the submissions coming through.
Okay,
That's
hang
one of
on.
the results of the
Everyone's having an
submissions
attempt to
from 5
answer
different
this.
parties.
So can you just...
It did come through the annual plan.
Councillor
You
Casey,
listening?
Councillor Casey,
It's too
this is
big.
not helping. Just let's all take a deep breath. So can you just explain the issue again?
The issue that we have is that the work that we are bringing forward to you is that what is proposed to effect the work that's being done is that who would be delivering the housing for older persons. Now, that is the point that is not in your long-term plan, and that is the need for consultation.
Yeah.
It's not clarified, Madam.
Yeah, so I'd
got a question.
So we just need, and this was discussed, it may have slipped people's notice, but remember the whole issue of the JV was, the advice we had was that this did need to go out as part of the consultation process, and we were told that quite clearly at the annual plan meeting. If anyone missed it, I'm sorry, but we were given A, the explanation, and B, the facts that was what was required. So what I'm hearing you say, Sue, is that if we were wanting to make a policy change, that we could do the consultation as part of that. It's pretty straightforward. I don't think there's any other way of interpreting that.
That is quite correct, Madam Chair.
I'm still not clear, Madam Chair. Can I just ask a question, because I can't get my head around that. We've already done the consultation. We've on the 16-17 annual plan. we had about 4 significant questions we asked, which were pretty much all about rating and about the transport plan, UAGC. And none of the meetings I went to was anything about this at all.
Oh, rubbish.
Councillor Casey, please.
Come up at any of mine
It's
either.
enough.
So what I'm trying to understand is when you say it's got to go out to consultation, our consultation for the 16-17 annual plan is over. It is closed. We've received the final report in our emails yesterday or the day before. And this is a major policy change, and that's what I'm concerned about, is we have not consulted on a policy change, because we can't have, because this came to us after the submissions closed. So that's what I'm trying to understand when you say we'll go out for consultation. Absolutely understand when we do the next LTP,
17.
I understand that, but when you say part of 16-17, I think we've gone right out of the process and might even be ultra vires. So that's what I want to understand, please.
We could do that for anything.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, you are correct, Councillor Cooper, that the consultation on the items that we have raised in the annual plan has closed, and that will be brought back to you. This is the specific consultation that is required, and the Chair, Madam Chair noted this earlier, is required with respect to the proposed joint venture.
So
That is your significant change.
And I think that's what people might have forgotten. It was explained to us that the JV needed to be
So can we just be
reconsulted
told, when
on.
is that going out?
The consultation material will come to you in governing body on the 25th of May for adoption and will then go out.
Thank you.
So I realise now what the confusion was. I thought everyone had remembered that. Obviously not. That's an important point, and that was why I asked the question, the difference between the annual plan consultation and the LTP consultation. If not part of that, then possibly part of LTP. But if people had forgotten that we had the extra round of consultation, the confusion now makes sense. So I hope that, thank you for the very clear question, Councillor Cooper. So let's go back to our speaking order. Councillor Penrose, you had a question.
So, Madam Chair, just on that, because I think this is pretty critical today, and to go 3-3, I think we'll do injustice. So, are you going to ask questions, or are you going to open it up now to the floor? What's the story?
So we've had 3 speakers in support. Happy to have some questions. We are hoping, I am hoping that this might not be a 3-hour debate. We seem to specialise in those. I guess I'm asking people, if you've got a genuine question, do it. But I think this is something we should move
Madam
on.
Chair, and it's a difficult one for you to chair, and I respect that. And I'll get to my question. Being one that prior to 2010 we refurbished our housing for the elderly in Papakura, and we wanted to make sure we had that done before we rolled over to the new council. Although, Madam Chair, we've heard the discussion around the table today, this could be a significant implications to the LTP. And being one that supported the LTP, I'm one of those 9 that I feel will be at risk. And you've heard it's a major policy change around this table. On saying that, Councillor Noah is right, to the point where we put $500,000 into the LTP for dealing with the homeless alone. It concerns me when I see the mover and seconder here that didn't support that LTP. So my question to you, sir, is, what is in the LTP, the life of the LTP, for dealing with the elderly?
I'll need to get that exact figure for you, and I'll provide it to you very shortly.
Thank you, sir.
Better for us to come back with that, Councillor Penrose. Thank you. Okay. Now I've got Councillor Darby, question or speaking to the motion?
Look, I think I'd like to speak to it, and I'll be brief, but I'm struggling with this. Part of me feels to vote for it, but part of me is looking at that red caveat and other caveats that are not visible at the moment for me. We're looking at amending one paragraph out of Action 5, and I've just looked at Action 5, and there are 12 paragraphs in Action 5. And if you look at the balance that supports the bold part, which is the key Action 5 direction, when you start to read it, you think, wow, this is really good. This is a very good, solid direction. I thought we landed this really well. And, well, those that were here in 2012, I congratulate you. And it's pretty clear, maintaining at least, and I think those words were quite strong.
Absolutely.
And they are reinforced by the balance of what I'm reading. So I'm troubled in supporting this, and it goes against a lot of what I stand for, not supporting this, but I am satisfied, having read what hasn't been put on the table, but maybe some of us have seen it and some of us haven't. I'm satisfied that the direction that we took in 2012 is the right direction. Now, we are going to be challenged coming with this unitary plan. That is the place where we can all stand up and say, yes, I'm going to vote for greater density on the land holdings owned by council to achieve an outcome where we can grow the number of senior dwellings on those titles. That will be a great opportunity for all of us, and those particularly who want to increase the numbers will be championing greater density come unitary plan decision time. That is the truth of it, folks, because we have other tools at our disposal to increase the senior housing stock, and that is just one of them. And when we come back to, if this does go through, for the CFO, I really need to understand the shortfall in the budget that we have at the moment to just renovate, let alone upgrade, the existing senior housing portfolio. I've recently viewed senior housing portfolio on the shore and seen a vacancy rate of 25% because we don't have the budget to renovate. I don't mean upgrade, I mean just $5,000 renovations to kitchens to make them livable. Some of them, I would be reluctant to put my dog in them. So we have got a long way to go on just the stock, the housing portfolio that we've got, let alone adding to it. The adding to it will come through the unitary plan provisions that hopefully we might sign up to.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Darby. Councillor Cashmore.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. In very similar lines to Councillor Darby, actually, my heart really wants to support what's been put up here. You heard the speakers, and this is obviously a very real issue that we are facing in this city and probably in this nation. However, to provide a real solution, we need to do the real work, and some of that real work's been started by members of our ELT, coming up with a comprehensive suite of potential solutions. The unitary plan, as Councillor Darby has alluded to, also may provide a suite of potential solutions, and we need to understand the financial model so we can actually deliver and not just talk. So this is, to me, a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction. What we need to do is to have that comprehensive piece of modelling and a good, sound financial basis so that we can actually deliver with the collaboration of the government, and that's absolutely critical.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to support the notice of motion. I want to thank the presenters from the Seniors Panel, Council for Social Services, in supporting the notice of motion. No council is more aware of the challenges in housing in Auckland than this council. There is a crisis, there is an affordability crisis, there is a growing issue with homelessness. We're all aware of that. It's not entirely a new problem in Auckland. In the middle of the last century, the councils of the day, or the city council really, had to deal with a housing crisis, and there was a complication of slum clearance, whereby there were significant parts of the towns around this area where the dwellings were completely substandard, where there were epidemics of typhoid over the decades, and they had to be cleared. And the housing, the council housing we see in Grays Avenue, for instance, is an outcome of that work, or former council housing. So in those days, the government and the councils, and Councillor Watson talked about the Wellington City Council, councils and the government had a role in providing what is now called social housing. In recent years, with the advent of neoliberalism, we have relied on the market, this council in particular. The housing accord between the government and the council is not about the government and the council building houses. Essentially, it's enabling the market to provide, facilitating the market to deliver. The only problem is, in this particular area, the market doesn't deliver very well at all, and we've heard that, and we've heard it also from the representative from Grey Power. Madam Chair, the very respectful and gentle submissions from the public and from those agencies today may be the first flutter of a breeze of a weather change. Yesterday in Washington DC, scores of senior citizens were arrested by the police in a major protest that's been going on, it's still going on, the biggest civil disobedience demonstration in Washington DC. What's it about? Nominally, it's about money and politics, big corporations lobbying and funding politicians and all that stuff. But essentially, it's a sign that the public's tolerance of the neoliberal model is coming to an end. And whether we act on this notice of motion, I'm sure it will be carried, whether we act on it or not, sooner or later, this council will be back with the government, a future government, in providing houses, because it's the only solution. So Councillor Casey and Councillor Watson's notice of motion is really a pathfinder that it's time that we got active. Now, there's going to be all sorts of debates about consultation and long-term plan and the annual plan, and you know, the consultation was somewhat guided at the meetings I was at, but nevertheless, the public can submit on whatever they like in our $3 billion budget, and we need to respond to it. But one thing we can't argue about, Councillor Darby mentioned it, that we do have a portfolio of housing stock, and a lot of those houses, a lot of those dwellings are locked up because we haven't maintained our own housing stock. Councillor Casey is presaged a major change in our role. At this stage, we're not even doing the limited work that the portfolio that the other TLAs, not Auckland City, left to this Auckland Council. So we really need to lift our game and start maintaining those substandard dwellings that Councillor Darby wouldn't take his dog into, and make a start there. Thank you.
Well, we've done that.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Just want to acknowledge the seniors panel here. It's great to see you, and this is exactly what you should be advocating on. Richard's not here, but this is an issue that he has strongly promoted through many, many years, and in particular in the last term. Councillors, I just think we need to support this motion for the sake of continuing the discussion, because it's an important one, for no other reason than that. Even if you don't like it, and there are parts of it that I can't support, and I'm going to explain why. It would be fairly strange coming from myself, who I think probably in the first budget that I led through, talked about the fact that we were not going to sell housing for the elderly. I've made a very clear commitment on that. That commitment remains, and we have not. And I suspect that the discussion that will ensue over the next 5 or 6 months will not find anyone prepared to make that statement. So, firstly, to Councillor Cam and his exhortation that we should not debate this stuff and await the outcome of elections, nonsense. This chamber was elected to govern for 3 years, to the last day. And we should absolutely be through and over all issues and maintain our focus to the end of that. And you all know we've got a lot of work, so we are going to continue to focus to the last day. And there's no exceptions for elections. So keep focused. Secondly, I support this with a caveat. And the caveat is this. You could read that amendment both ways, and I think that's some of the concerns that have been expressed by Councillor Chris, Councillor Cullen. Does this mean we actually put the money up as a council, and I think Councillor Mike's in that vein, or do we get into partnership and ensure that our partners make sure that they build on the Council for the Elderly options? That was always my intention. I never came to this chamber with a mandate to basically build more housing for the elderly stock out of ratepayers' money. I'm pretty clear with that. And in the 2 election campaigns that I've fought, there's no way that I did that. But there is the opportunity for us to enable, and so that's why I support this, because it says enable. It doesn't specifically say us, but it could, depending on how this discussion goes forward. It will not end in May and it will not end in October. It'll go on for the next year or 2 at least. Because as we know, when we consent any sort of building development in the city, it takes a year for anything to get on site. So, you know, we have got a long discussion, and I want this discussion to continue because it is an important philosophical debate. So, we own 68 housing for the elderly villages. And look, my last figures were 1,500, not 1,400, so we've got a lot of units. And we still hold them. And I suspect we'll continue to hold them, but I want us to develop those, and this was the intention. Not just double, but potentially triple or quadruple the numbers on those villages, because they sit on a lot of land. And they could also sit on this land and be a part of intensive development opportunities. So we have had parts of this discussion. And I agree with Councillor Casey, we haven't specifically debated this part of it. Are we in it? No, we haven't, Councillor Webster. Are we in it or are we out of it? And if we're in it, how are we in it? And if we're out of it, what sort of partners do we have? And so, councillors, I think that given the nature of our holding and the fact that I think it is critical for us to, at the very least, find partners to build on our housing for the elderly units, we should have this discussion and allow it to continue to run and enable it to run. The final comment that I would make is this. There's a bit of talk about the moral obligations or otherwise for housing and how we buddy up with the government around this issue. And yes, that relationship is important and critical, but it's not the only part of the relationship. There's a third party here, and that is either the charitable organisations or the private organisations who are getting into this space. Our balance sheet is under severe strain. You know, and as we go along and have this discussion, which I hope we will, we're going to need to reflect on this and beside all the other priorities got. You know, I was hugely amused the other day with the debate around the stadium on the waterfront. $750 million, and where was that money going to come from? What a joke that was. We have got so much stuff that we have got to prioritise as being critical for this city. And so to the members of the panel, we will be bearing that in mind most significantly when this council and then the following council continue to discuss and debate this matter as to where the priority sits in our spend. And so, you know, I've clearly made transport number one priority in terms of spends council, because we just wouldn't over 50 or 70 years. This would weigh up against that if we decided to get active. But I do not support council putting funding specifically into this, but I sure support us having that debate and enabling the possibility of more housing for the elderly units in our community. And Bill, finally, it's just not about affordable housing to buy, it's about affordable housing to rent. And that's where we need to try and help the market a bit, where we can.
Okay, thank you. Now, we've got a whole range of speakers and a long agenda. So it seems to me, just listening very carefully and making notes.
Move that the motion now be put.
Well,
Second that, Madam Chair.
okay, I was just going to try and find a sensible way through that I thought might be helpful. But Councillor Quacks, as usual, we move the motion be put, we have to do it. So we'll do that.
Do I get my right of reply? No.
It's required.
Do I get my right of
No,
reply?
it has to be put.
By division then?
No,
Yes.
That has to be put.
Second.
that's what, we know that. So that's what we're doing, put it.
By
I
division.
thought it's been called for by division, so I'm sorry, the staff need to do that. Can we start it, please?
Your Worship,
Aye.
I'm sorry, can I clarify, we're putting the motion
This is
to...
this is
Don't
the,
interrupt
we
the
are
vote.
voting on
Yes.
whether the motion be put.
Being
It's a
clear.
closure motion.
We're voting on a closure motion.
Okay, we'll just wait for it to come on screen. Your Worship, vote
Aye.
aye. Councillor Nye,
Aye.
Councillor Brewer,
Or.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Cashmore,
Or
Councillor Clive,
No.
Councillor Cooper. No. Councillor Darby,
against.
Councillor Filipina,
Against.
Councillor Fletcher,
Yes.
Councillor Crum,
For.
Councillor Lee,
Aye.
Banamini,
Yes.
Closure.
Councillor Penrose.
Yes. I want my answer.
Councillor Quacks.
Yep.
Member Taipari,
Aye.
Councillor John Walker,
Right.
Councillor Wayne Walker,
No.
Councillor Watson,
Yes.
Councillor Webster,
No.
Councillor Wood,
No.
Mayor Hulse.
No.
Oh, what's that?
It is carried 13, votes to 9, so we are now...
We need to put it, so we're now voting on the notice of motion.
The right of reply.
Sorry, it doesn't preclude the right of reply though, I don't think.
No.
It doesn't. It doesn't. That's right, it doesn't.
right.
Councillor Casey,
answers the
right of
questions.
reply.
Yeah, none of
But
us
it
can
answers the
say what
question,
we
Madam
want to
Chair.
say and why we want to vote
We've been
against it.
looking pretty awful.
Madam Chair.
Mike, and that's why we were given the right to vote, and we voted against the notice of the closure motion, but it went through nonetheless.
Madam Chair,
Councillor
what
Casey.
about answers to questions? Does that close that too, does it?
No.
You'll get that back?
Sadly, that's it.
I'd just like to say a couple of things in closing. The first is, this is no major departure from current policy.
Yes, it is.
Sorry, is that an interjection? Will I just wait?
Councillor Casey,
This
just...
is no departure from current policy.
Honey.
The action says, while maintaining at least the existing number of units. It doesn't say maintaining the existing number of units. It doesn't say that. So forgive me, that I was surprised at the Chief Finance Officer saying that it could never be contemplated. It doesn't say maintain the existing number. It says maintain at least. What does that mean? It means increase. Maintain at least means increase. That's what this is doing. It's making it clear. Why is it important, Councillor Darby? Because this is the direction setting for Panuku to give to Selwyn. So are you happy for it to go through as maintain at least, which means, according to the Senior Finance Officer, it doesn't mean increase, it means maintain. So why don't we take the words out and just maintain it? Because we want to increase, and that's what Panuku said to the Seniors panel, there is an expectation that we will increase. So all I'm doing is putting that expectation into the words in the action, which will then direct Panuku, which will then direct Selwyn, which, as Sue outlined, is absolutely the right process to go through. The one thing that hasn't been mentioned, which was, again, been mentioned to the council and to the seniors panel, is that there are 380 older people waiting to get into our units.
A point of order,
We
Madam
have
Chair. Point of order.
1,412 units, and there are 380
Point of
people
order.
waiting to get into them.
The point of order is that Councillor Casey said that she's mentioning something now that hasn't been brought up in the debate. She cannot, in a closing address, bring in new material, and that's what she is doing now. So I'll ask you to desist in that new material aspect.
It's in my notice of motion, but you've also, these are all the presentations we've had, George, which you've been present at.
Yes,
this is
don't
not
talk
new.
to me,
It's
talk to the
in
chair.
the notice of motion.
Councillors,
Turn to the page and you'll see. Turn to the
Councillor
page.
Casey, just some gentle advice. Probably if we just held things at a sensible level, there may be more support. Councillor, the information that I'm hearing is actually mostly from either A, the presentations, or B, in the attached information. Councillor Casey, probably wrapping up now.
It's on page 120, George.
Is now a good
Auckland
thing
Council
to do.
currently provides 1,412 houses for older people. As at January 2016, there were 380 older people waiting. On our agenda, page 120.
It is in
the point about that, George, and why I raised it is to meet the current demand, we need to increase our stock by 25%. To meet January's list, not 2036, when 1 in 4 Aucklanders will be over the age of 65. So this is about directing, are we in charge of Auckland or are we not? If we are in charge of Auckland, we don't have woolly policy that says maintain at least, we say increase, because that's what I think it means. And I'm sure that it will get support around this table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's closed the debate. Thank you, Councillor Casey. Councillors, can we just... It would be really, really good if we could just retain a bit of decorum around the table, remembering that these are important issues to our community.
By division, Madam Chair, please.
By division. We'll put the recommendation by division. Thank you.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Councillor Nye.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer.
No.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Clow.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper. No. Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Crum.
For.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Member Namani.
Aye.
Councillor Penrose.
No.
Councillor Quacks.
No.
Councillor Taipari.
Aye.
Councillor John Walker.
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
Councillor. Sorry, just hang on a sec. Sir John, aye or no? It was an aye. Yep, sorry.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Webster.
No.
Councillor Wood.
No.
Deputy Mayor Hull.
Yes.
It is
I thought you
carried
agreed with me.
by
Pleasure.
14.
Guess that one.
I'm just thinking of
Wayne
something.
Walker's brochure now.
Okay.
I'm just thinking what else we can
Right.
get changed in an action plan. Maybe we should bring
Thank
it
you,
up.
councillors. So that will come back to, that will come back to finance, and if agreed, then there will be a consultation process associated with us. Councillors, we'll move on to reports
In the action plan.
pending. I'm happy to move that. If someone would
second,
like to
Madam Chair.
second that, Councillor, Member Taipari will second that. Any questions? Sorry, Councillor. Councillors, can we just focus? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Item number 10, summary of memos. I'll move that.
Second.
Seconded, Councillor Darby. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against, carried. And we're on item number 11 now. I am aware that Rick Boven had another appointment, so we've managed to keep Rick. I'm terribly, terribly sorry about the long and protracted debate prior to your report. So warm welcome, and we're in your hands.
Thank you very much. I'll keep this relatively short and then take some questions if you'd like. Since our last update, we've appointed consultants, EY, with their consortium, and the consultants and the consensus working group have been meeting every 3 to 4 weeks. And there are quite a lot of ways to understand and explain the structure of the problem that we're trying to solve in the analysis, but I've chosen one to share with you that will fit into the time available. And these are my words and they reflect my understanding. There's lots that I won't cover. So the consultants and the consensus working group work together to develop what they call an investment logic map, which actually showed 3 critical questions. The first one is that freight and cruise capacity growth is needed to accommodate Auckland's growth, but growth at the current location is likely to be constrained. The second one is that there are competing aspirations for the land that is currently occupied by the port, coming from things like cruise, development, amenity, and so on. And third, the port activities are causing issues for the communities and the environment around it, and there are calls for restriction of those activities or removal of the port. So the consultants started off by examining the demand growth, the development options at the port, and the attractiveness of alternative locations. And the locations analysis began with a long list of technically feasible options. And that was narrowed down to a shorter list of technically feasible options. What I mean by technically feasible is you can get a ship in there and there's a place that you can berth it. There's some land available on the shore that you could conceivably build a port in. And those options were reviewed with the reference group in February and narrowed down to a smaller list. The shorter list was then subjected to an MCA analysis, a multi-attribute criteria analysis, where we looked into the physical, economic, social, cultural and environmental characteristics of each of the options. And from that analysis, 3 areas have been selected: the Firth of Thames, the Manukau and Muriwai. That analysis was then tested by removing all of the financial and physical variables to see if we got the same result if we only included the social, cultural and environmental variables, and we did, which was a good test of sensitivity because it indicated that the set that we had was robust across a financial economic lens as well as across a broader lens. Meanwhile, there was ongoing examination of the demand, the port capacity and the productivity. And we've now concluded that there are 3 fundamental issues that the study needs to resolve. The first issue is, do we actually need an alternative port location? And that's still work in progress on that. There are some differences of data and of view and quite a lot of uncertainty, as you would imagine, because our requirement is to consider a period of longer than 50 years. And when you consider a period of longer than 50 years, you've got population growth estimated midpoint 2.6 million in Auckland, high estimate around 3 million, GDP growth around 2.5 times the current growth, and quite a lot of uncertainties around technologies and port operations. Given all of that though, we think that the options that were offered to us of reducing the footprint is not viable. We probably cannot contain Auckland's freight and cruise task by passing load to Tauranga and or to Northport because of their capacity and their existing growth needs. We're unlikely to be able to accommodate expected volumes over a 50 to 100 year time frame within the current footprint. It might be possible to accommodate growth within an expanded footprint if the demand growth is slow and if the productivity growth is high. So the question that we're asking ourselves at the moment is, do we need an alternative location option? And that leads us to question 2. If we do need an alternative location option, where should that be? And so the consultants are currently conducting a benefit cost analysis to look at 5 options. The port on its current footprint, which is a base case, what the technical people call the do minimum case. That's unlikely to be feasible. An expanded footprint, 3 locations options, and that's what the 5 options are. I don't think any of those options are likely to be attractive options. They all involve material costs and they all involve material externalities.
Yeah.
That's what where we got to yesterday. We reviewed all of that with a wider reference group. The analysis is continued in process. And if an alternative location option is required, then we'll need to consider issue 3, And that's the question of how do we get there? And it has two aspects. What's the decision process? I don't mean in a political or community sense, but what's the kind of logic of the decision process? At what point would you need to make a decision? What are the trigger points that would need you to want to start exercising that option, and how would you prepare for that in the meantime? And then the second aspect of option 3 is, of issue 3, what are the actions that would be required for the transition? How do you step from one location to another if that's where we end up recommending? We're expecting a consultants report on April the 29th. They are in the thick of analysis and drafting. The CWG, Consensus Working Group, has meetings scheduled throughout May and June. We're expecting another review with the reference group, although we haven't arranged that firmly yet. And we plan to report to the ADC on schedule at the end of June, subject to progress as we currently expect. Thank you.
So we'll take questions. I've got the Mayor, Councillor Cashmore. Just reminding people, this is our questions of clarification. This is not our debate, nor are we directly in this process. So just making that clear. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Rick, great to see you, sort of coming back here and reporting. So my question is not so much relating to the update that you're presenting to us. The critical part of bringing together this group was to get a sense of reasonable agreement across the different parts of Auckland, and this has been the most intense debate, really, in the amalgamation years. Can you just sort of give us, you're going to come back in June, how do you feel this group's working together, and you see you have reasonable optimism as a chair that you're going to bring reasonably well agreed recommendations back to us? Might be a big ask, but you've been sitting there for a while.
That's a fair question. All will be revealed in the next 2 months, but let me give you my perspective on that. When people came together, and I think when anyone comes to this issue, it's interesting that they all seem to know the answer, and I think that was certainly true of the members of the consensus work group when we got together. They all knew the answer, but they were all different answers, of course.
Yeah, it's a different question.
And so we've spent a lot of time developing shared understanding of the problem and the issues, and I think we've succeeded in doing that. So I think that's the first part of the answer. There is a shared understanding. Secondly, we have developed shared understanding of the data and of the evidence. I think every member of the group has said, look, we acknowledge that this is about the long-term future of Auckland, but we also need to acknowledge that every member of the group has their own constituencies and interests in this that they need to navigate. And so we are having an evidence-based discussion. We'll need to move to a discussion that's a little broader of that once we have the consultants' report on the table. But I think there's a good spirit in the group. There's good dialogue. It's robust. But there's a shared understanding of where we are and of the problem that we need to solve.
Great. Good. Gives us a shot.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Councillor Cashmore.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Boven. Fascinating piece of work. Two relatively simple but potentially difficult questions. A government-led or New Zealand-led ports strategy, is that coming to your consideration? And the other one is New Zealand or Auckland, or it would be New Zealand, end up going to be a subsidiary port to that of, say, Sydney or Melbourne, so we're just a regional hub from the major international port being in Australia?
Yeah, the question of the larger national issue has sort of been around the problem for some time. And it's been clear to us that there is no national strategy, and my understanding is there is no plan to develop a national strategy. So our response to that was to say, well, look, we'll work out what the best location option is for Auckland. And should that depend upon a national strategy, then we may have to broaden the question in order to answer that. And I think we've got ourselves to a point at the moment where we don't think that there is a need to consider a national strategy for us to be able to answer the question that we need to ask. In terms of the sort of wider issue around regional hubbing and how that might connect up, again, it's the same answer in a way. It will obviously be relevant to the future and how the port unfolds. But a lot of what is going on in Auckland, not all of it, but a large part of it, is bringing imports in for Auckland's population. Auckland's population and GDP is going to grow materially. So no matter what the hubbing solution is in the region, you'll still see a lot of imports coming into Auckland via the port.
There's the rub. I've got Councillor Crum, Councillor Walker, Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Pretty safe to say around here that no doubt we've got some expensive consultants on the go. So can you just confirm for me in terms of a methodology basis, how can you assure us that we're not going to be, are they instilling the right methodology in what they're doing so that we're not going to be doing this again in a few years' time?
Quite sure how to answer that, but let me try. The frame of the methodology was developed by Auckland Council and handed to the project. My assessment was that was actually a pretty good frame, and I think it's proved to be a robust frame. The specifics of completing a technical analysis, a multi-attribute criteria analysis, and a benefit cost analysis were offered to us by the consultants and chosen by a group of the consensus working group as a good methodology. We were offered a range of methodologies, and that was the one that was chosen. I think it's a fit-for-purpose methodology, and I think that it has been tested with the consensus working group, which represents a wide range of interests and quite a lot of knowledge actually around not only the substance of the issue, but we have people around the table who understand these methodologies as well. I think it would be surprising if something came up that hadn't been considered. It's been pretty thorough, wide-ranging. That's not to say that there might not be surprises in our future, and particularly when we think about the long-term future. To give you an illustration, our assessments depend on making some assumptions about future trends. If we were sitting here 10 years ago, we would have been expecting increasing energy costs. Today we might expect reducing energy costs. Things change.
Thank you, Councillor Crum. Councillor Walker.
Sure. I don't have the original scope in front of me, but just picking up on a couple of your points. You mentioned the obvious comment that we don't have any national strategy in New Zealand around ports. If it follows that there are issues within, let's say, the north, but there happen to be capacity solutions elsewhere in New Zealand, Wellington, Littleton, other ports, is it conceivable that overall we could deliver as a nation by moving things around? And that might go to the comment that Councillor Cashmore made around the likelihood of a regional hub that could be in Australia, one of the ports there. So instead of the present scenario, we could have product going directly to the South Island rather than transiting through Auckland, which happens currently.
So I suppose the first thing to say on that is that the rule of thumb that the experts use is that you really like a port to be within 100 kilometres of the destination. So you don't want to be shipping it too far. It's possible that if you look at the configuration between Tauranga and Auckland, both of them have growth requirements. Tauranga, it seems, has a limitation in what it can handle. And if you looked at any one of the three options outside of the existing port, you would be able to create a port of sufficient size to accommodate any envisaged future growth in those locations.
Can you just repeat that?
Any of the three locations being considered beyond Auckland would allow us sufficient volume to accommodate any envisaged future growth.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Rick. Thanks for coming along and updating us. Just want to explore this long-term strategy. The scope was pretty specific, and we asked for, and the group actually confirmed those words as well. So we're looking for a long-term strategy, and that needed to consider the longer term, but it was at least 30 years for freight estimation and 50 years for port location. Earlier, when we discussed it here, we also, from memory, and I'll just bring it up, my apologies, we talked about, for clarity of purposes, all options need to consider how port activities could be configured current and future. Both current and future. So long-term strategy, just like Auckland Plan, look out, but then there's short-term things to address. So I just want to see, I'd just like you to expand on how the strategy, ultimately delivered, is going to address today, because today isn't the future that we anticipated when we signed this off, and the near future, the medium future, and the long future. Because my understanding, it's not just about 50 years hence, it's about from today onwards. So I just want to get a sense of where this goes from today onwards, as well as 50 years.
So you'll appreciate that we have a limited time and resource to complete the study, and it is the Port Future Study. In response to the 30 and 50 years plus, the 50 years plus reflects that any infrastructure investment that you make in a port has a very long time horizon, longer than 50 years. The 30 years reflects that the people who project these numbers don't project out beyond 30, 35, 40 years. So the study scope was well set up in that sense that it acknowledged both of those realities that we work with. In terms of what happens in the short term, that's really the issue 3 that I raised, which is that whichever solution we end up recommending for the long term, we need to be able to articulate what implications that might have for the short term. However, this is not a study to address all of the issues around the port today, and we won't be addressing all of the issues around the port today. That's a study of environmental, community, and operational things that are not being included in this study.
But we did say at that time that we expected, one of the things we expected was current, how the port could be reconfigured. We made that quite specific at the time, at least in our reports, and maybe that hasn't been translated word for word into the scope, but not everything is translated word for word into a scope. So we did talk at paragraph 25 at that time, I think it was from April last year or something like that, how the current port activities could be reconfigured. So will your study group be looking at some short-term solutions that might make for more efficient land use at the port? I mean, look, I don't know, car stacking systems or something like that.
Our study has not considered optimal technologies for the port, nor has it considered short-term configuration options to make the port more efficient or more effective. The port has its own studies and its own research on that. Our study may have some implications for short-term needs or options around the port and its configuration and around its landside connections.
Okay.
Interesting. Thank you, Councillor Darby. Councillor Wood.
Hi, thank you. Just in relation to the 5 options, I see Northport obviously is not. Northport's at Marsden Point, isn't it? The big deep water port there. Well, it's not big, but it's a deep water port. I went to a meeting in Whangarei last week, and where they were rallying behind getting more rail systems in Northland, and they talked about upgrading the North Auckland rail line. Is that something that you looked at? Would they have looked at that, the cost of upgrading that line? And
yes, I imagine it will have been looked at, but perhaps not in detail. And certainly Northport as an option has been considered. It has a couple of drawbacks. One is the distance. It's more than that 100 kilometres that's regarded as ideal. But also its ultimate capacity to handle all of Auckland's volume is not sufficient. That said, as I mentioned before, there's the question of how we get from here to there. And in the here to there, it might well be that some volumes either as part of the plan or as part of contingency might end up being accommodated in Tauranga or at Northport.
Yeah, I think Kiwi Rail actually, their ballpark figure was about $3.5 to $4 billion to actually get a rail line between Auckland and with the need to supplement across the urban areas of Auckland because of the metro rail. So it was big dollar terms they were talking about.
Yeah, and I think one of the other considerations here is that you know, a large portion of the volume that's coming in is heading towards the southern part of the urban region, and therefore anything that's north of the city needs to come through the city. And just the geography of the city with the isthmus makes that sort of challenging to put more volume through there.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Clow.
Thank you, Dr. Boven. I was one of the councillors that were pushing for this to be done sooner rather than later, but a big consideration for me was not necessarily do we get rid of the port from downtown. It was more the economic, basically the undervalue that we're getting out of our investment in the port business, not the location, and that is arguably our investment in the port has been a negative one since the ARC purchased it 100%, repurchased it, or rebought it, I should say 100%. So just getting back to Councillor Cashmore's question, just to really explore that a bit more about a northern port strategy, which would naturally become a national port strategy. Are you investigating very much into the actual economic value, the balance sheet value, the long-term value of our port, and how it could be enhanced through amalgamation with Tauranga and Whangarei? Because it seems to me a lot of it's all about location. We're going to move the port. Now that's not necessarily what we may want to do. In 50 years' time it could be we have a port there that has just limited activities and clearly not larger, which seems to be, you know, it's going to be done differently, but basically it wouldn't be done larger, and hopefully the technology would keep on increasing so that you could deal with it on the same site. But it's the value of our investment when you see Tauranga, Port to Tauranga soared from, you know, $1 on issue to sitting about $18 or $19 a share at the moment, and the investment return and the balance sheet value for the regional council down there is phenomenal compared to our rather poor performance in both return and the actual balance sheet value.
So the question of the ownership and governance of the port was not included, it was excluded from the draft brief that we were offered, the draft scope. The final scope that we submitted and was accepted was, it did include that, but only if it altered the ranking amongst the options. So it has not been a focus of our study. I guess I would observe that any additional port location option that was to be adopted would have material incremental capital costs over the situation that we're in today, and I'm not sure that you get a much better return than you're getting today from those material additional costs.
So therefore that poses a question, if you're coming back with saying the status quo with a movement of some of the operations, and clearly the one we all think about that's is stark as the cars, you know, which is 45 or 50% of the import value is my understanding, coming in. I mean, are you coming back to, as one of your options that may be, that really the best long-term economic return is to actually have the port stay there?
That analysis is still in progress, so I can't really prejudge that.
Okay, but it is being analysed as...
It is being analysed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I should probably add too that obviously the analysis is a broad analysis. It's not an analysis of the financial balance sheet implications.
Councillor Quacks.
Rick, this, I think I may have heard you say that technology was something that you weren't looking into for, was being handled by the port itself rather than by your group?
I think there's two aspects of technology that are important here. I think the first one is, what are the stages of development of the port efficiency, productivity technology, which the port has done studies on and has plans for. My concerns are more actually around what are the impacts of technology uncertainty when we get out to the 50 to 100-year time horizon. What does that do to trade demand? What does it do to port and shipping operations? And I think that's just an uncertainty we have to navigate our way through.
Yeah, I'm just aware that there's been huge technological advances made in the port of Rotterdam, for example, which is now loading and unloading totally on autonomous vehicles. And I would imagine that if we were to, if we were to remain competitive, that we would have to adopt a lot of this technology. And what impact would that have on the future footprint of Auckland Port going forward? And it is extremely difficult to look out, not just for 50 years, but even just 10 years of what may be just around the corner. So.
Yes, and your observation's right on the mark. Actually, the existing plans include consideration of automation options of that kind. And I think one of the debates is really around what's the long run productivity potential from those technologies. So it's not a question of whether they're adopted. I think the assumption is that over time, best available technology will be adopted, but what will they do on that side?
Councillor Cooper? Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my questions are around, the whole issue, this is not about profit. Profitability is absolutely important, and I'm pleased that the profitability has increased dramatically since being one of the assets of this council rather than the former ARC. However, this whole issue is around local effects.
Oh, that's not fair. That's not fair.
So he's not here.
That's not fair.
We're not going to get the history of the nabbies. For me, it's been about local effects. That's what all this has been about, is about local effects. But I suppose my question is if we're looking at other places, there will be local effects and significant local effects, and particularly on the environment, where the current port is in a very busy area anyway. It's highly modified. So the changes actually are really minor here. But any other place you go to, for example, Muriwai, it's a surf beach. But I guess what I wanted to know is, are those the kind of effects? Because you can get down to a short list, but you've got to know how much it's going to cost. We've talked about that. But we've also, I think it's very difficult to shortlist without saying, well, actually, here are the hurdles we'll have to get over in the RMA. Public notification, all of those issues, where you might get down to one, and then in the end, it's never going to fly because it'll never pass the environmental, traffic, noise effects, and so that's something I'm wondering, when you deliver the shortlist or the preferred option, will it actually be something that could actually become possible in a reality? Are you going to go down to that level of detail? Because I'm really concerned we go through this whole thing and then we come, here's the one that we think's feasible, but it'll never pass the test.
If we exclude for the moment the option of operating the port on its current footprint, which might be feasible, but let's see. We have 4 options: expand into the harbour or go somewhere else. I don't think any of those options will easily jump the kinds of hurdles that you're asking me about, and I think we really have to look forward to the long-term future and say, is Auckland really going to grow? Is Auckland really going to be the leading city in a trading nation? Are we going to provide for freight services, and how are we going to provide for those services? And I think that's the problem that we face. There is no attractive solution here.
No, and I guess, Madam Chair, we've got to ask those questions in every location, and I was just talking to Councillor Webster about this, or maybe we'll get a North Western busway, and maybe we'll get the train going out beyond Swanson if we had a port. So there might be some advantages, because we will not, at the current way things are, one more truck can't even fit on that North Western motorway, so without decent public transport. But the other issue is, are you looking at those? What is the infrastructure required? And I guess some sort of indicative costings for each option.
Yeah,
Not just for freight, but to actually accommodate everybody that lives around that area, the local effects.
yeah, let me, yes, the freight options, the transport options are being costed. Where other impacts can be brought into an economic benefit cost analysis, that is being done. Otherwise, they're being picked up in the multi-criteria attribute analysis. I should probably add that the current port, I think, has agreed to be able to expand with relatively limited extensions to around 2 million TEUs per annum, about twice what it is today. So there is a little time here. But there's a long time to make decisions and to build a port too.
And as sorry, Madam Chair, I just want to put this in context. Our elected colleague in the Waitakere Rangers Local Board, Sandra Coney, said it's been a port since pre-European times, and the name of our festival this year was Te Waka Herenga, which I'm told, and please be corrected by our OMSB members, is the place of 1,000 moorings. And that's pre-European, so it is something that, you know, we've lived with for a long time, a port in our midst. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, well, we've got the two recommendations to receive the verbal update and to receive the background report.
Happy to move.
Happy to move. Councillor Clow, seconded Councillor Watson. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. I'm just going to call a 5-minute adjournment, members, and then we will be back. So we'll be back at 23 minutes.
could have the presentation brought up, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've tabled two things. One's the presentation, it's only about 10 pages. The other thing is what we call our dashboard report on special housing areas. So that's the full version of the thing you have a sample of in attachment B to this report. So we committed to tabling the entire thing. That gives you quite a bit of detail on what's happening in specific SHAs. And generally all the green blobs indicate activity of one form or another in those SHAs. I don't propose to go through it in detail. It's really for your information and evidence that there's quite a body of information available now subject to further reporting. Last week, tranche 10, the 10th and final tranche of special housing areas was announced by the Mayor and the Minister. That's a picture of it up there. You've got a map of the full list and all the SHAs in attachment A of this report, the quarterly monitoring report. Brings the total to 154, and I should point out that there's an error on the first page of attachment B which refers to 155. It is actually 154. So the purpose of this report is to give you a map of the monitoring and reporting program for the rest of the Housing Accord, and in fact through to December of this year. It talks about three levels of information. One is broadly the information that you'll see in the current or most recent quarterly monitoring report and previous monitoring reports that talks the first part about what's happening across Auckland and what contribution is being made or what progress is being made to the overall Housing Accord target of 39,000 site-to dwellings over 3 years. And any other sort of high-level information we were able to provide on SHAs specifically. Level 2 information, which is the subject of that table we've just circulated, the dashboard report is about SHAs specifically and how things are tracking in SHAs in terms of the time it takes to get through the entire process and the metrics that go with that in terms of various stages of applications for example, plan variations through to all the way through to building consents being granted, and then on to the monitoring of home completions. Level 3 information, which we gather a lot of, and there's something in the order of 800 lines of data in our tables on this. We don't propose to report specifically on consents, but we will report on high-level aggregate data about consents, and that will start to come through in future reports. One of the things that we wanted to I guess re-emphasise in this report was just the scale of activity not only enabled through SHAs but already happening. So this chart shows that half the visible development pipeline, that is developments that we're aware of where developers have intentions, they have the land, they have consents or some way towards those consents. Half of everything that we see of 5 dwellings or more is now in a special housing area. You can see the arrow. This is a cumulative yield graph based on developers' intentions. Information came through the due diligence on SHA establishment processes. We're in 2016, so you can see over 10 years that full yield starts to really become quite substantial. This is a different representation of the same sort of information, which shows how much of that yield we told by developers they're intending to achieve on a year-by-year basis. And you can see that if this is based on dwelling consents, we wouldn't expect the consenting activity in SHAs to peak until year 17 or 18. This assumes, of course, that the consenting will carry on under the adopted unitary plan rather than under HASHA. This is a composite of a couple of images from the monitoring report and attachment A to your report. It just shows that across Auckland overall, there's still a very quite deliberate, or not deliberate, but sort of clear trend upwards. There's a line that's sort of heading up, and we expect it to carry on up for some time. The next monitoring report, I think, will show that we've in terms of year on year, we've got over that 10,000 mark, which is quite a milestone, and heading towards that previous peak of around 12 or 13,000 that was achieved in 2002, some time back. In terms of the Housing Accord target of 39,000 sites and dwellings, I think the composite 3-year target is, we're still more or less on track for that. We have some fat and reserve from the first year. It may be more challenging to hit the 17,000 third year, but over the 3-year target, put it all together, we're still more or less on track. The top left box here talks about a total of 42 SHAs where there is current construction activity. And the purpose of attachment C in this report and some information that was presented at the release last week was to try and show visually examples of this activity, and this report puts that in context in terms of okay, certainly a lot of activity, but what does it represent in terms of the full yield potential from SHAs? And there's some facts on the first page of the report about that, but let's just give one example of that. So all of the images essentially represent activity in 12 SHAs of the 42 where there's current construction activity. In terms of the land supply pipeline enabled through SHAs, that represents something like 11% of that land supply, which is something like 2.75% of the total land supply enabled by the future urban zone in the proposed Auckland Unitary Plan. So it's just the tip, really, of the iceberg. And roughly the construction of dwellings in those photos represents something like 2% of the 56,000 that will be enabled through SHAs. So, Madam Chair, I might just leave the presentation there and take questions.
Great, thank you. Right, questions? Councillor Casey.
David, could you just talk me through this? Say if you went to Tranche 3 Oru-Rangi Road, could you just talk me through that top line? Because there's a lot of abbreviations, I just want to understand it. So talk me through the top line.
Okay, I might invite my colleague Robert Bates to respond to you. He's the compiler of this information.
Through you, Madam Chair, the spreadsheet contains, as David said, it's our primary level 2 information. It's SHA by SHA information, so there are 154 rows of information here. The first columns really indicate the establishment of the SHA. Its tranche, its request date, its gazette date, and then the time elapsed, the time that it took us to process it from request to gazetting. Then there's details about the SHA, its number, its name, area type, greenfield or brownfield for our monitoring work. And then we can sort, the next few columns allow us to sort it by board, by ward, and various other by zoning status. In other words, picking up future urban zone and the like. But usefully, the board and ward columns allow us to, on request, we could just filter out for a local board and just give them their SHAs of interest to them, or a ward councillor could be given areas of interest to them. So that's just really a filtering mechanism. Moving across, we have the yield, the estimated dwelling yield, and that's at gazetting, and that often changes over time. When we get the first qualifying development, it will pre-apps in. They do vary over time. That is its gazetted yield. Then details about gross area and net area, that helps us monitor how much of the future urban zone hectarage we're using. And then the green, the next columns really allow us to track what's happening in that SHA from pre-application lodged right through to qualifying development approved. Where you see effectively a clear line, either the developer is doing it outside of HASHA or nothing's happening at all. So you'll see a number of tranche 10, for example, midway down the page. You'll see the tranche 10 ones, of course, absolutely clear, nothing happening in those because they've yet to be gazetted. But we would expect within a month or so you'll start to see green appear on the page in some of those. Most of the activity, most of the SHOs, as you can see on the various pages, have activity happening up to approval stage. The last few yellow columns, current yield in lots, current yield in dwellings, and consented dwellings, we keep a track of those. So once it's left the DPO's office, we go out and we check on numbers of dwellings completed, we check on sites surveyed through section 224 and so on. At the moment, the estimate of completed dwellings, we do have estimates, but we're just finishing off some new methodology, which literally yesterday or the day before spitting out some new numbers automatically. Previously, it's been done manually to get those numbers, and we're now getting some good results, and so that column needs to be repopulated. And finally, the activity status at the end, it helps us with one of those pie charts that David showed you a moment ago. It really gives us an overall picture of whether the SHA in the dark green is still being, still in the hands of the developer doing the early designs, right through to the pale colour where we're actually seeing homes built. There are some other pieces of information on the end. We have developer's name and various things which we didn't put into here today. There's quite a lot of other information, infrastructure issues. We're looking at a flagging system to be able to flag SHOs that are going more slowly than they should be, and those that are going well. So that's the chart.
So a couple of questions based on that. What prompts a site visit, and who does the site visit? That last question, that last column, dwelling construction status.
They're done by the DPO. We've got monitoring officers, of course, who go out and make sure that stormwater ponds, for example, roading is being done according to consent. But also the monitoring team, David's team, we also go out regularly to look at progress just on this for more high-level statistical purposes. But between that, the monitoring team and ourselves, we try and keep a pretty good track of what's going on in each of the SHOs. As I say, the data will become automated for a number of those now, so we don't have to, for say Trent Street, before someone has to look at it, actually go on the ground, we'll see the data coming through when they start putting houses on Trent Street. It should be somewhat more automated than having to go out to a site the whole time.
And just one, what does LUCQDS approved mean?
Land use consent qualifying development for a land use consent. Yeah.
Land use consent.
There's 3 columns there relating to PVs, which are planned variations. Those relate only to future urban zone land that requires to go through a plan variation process to create live zones. So what we generally refer to as brownfield sites don't need to go through those steps.
It's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Casey, and I think, yep, got you, Mr Mayor. I think that our Robert and the team need to be congratulated. It seems a very long time since I drew on the whiteboard what I was hoping we would get laid out in clear, unequivocal fashion, and I thank you very much for doing what I asked for, and it's exceedingly useful. Thank you. Councillor Quacks.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, there's been media reports, David, that there's only been 700 dwellings built, but it seems to be a much more, the picture actually seems to be a lot rosier than that in terms of consents approved, developer building houses all the way down throughout that, and earthworks continuing and so forth. So can you give us a sense then of, with that continuing work, what the yield will be in terms of dwellings, not sections, but in terms of dwellings over the next 12 months or so?
Do you want to take it? Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Our estimates at December, the end of December, were for 700 dwellings. That was based largely on site inspections and on what developers were telling us. We have frequently discuss with them. We know what they're delivering when the houses are completed. As I've said, we are trying to automate the system now, so consent granted. As soon as its final inspection or code compliance certificate comes in, we would count 1 for a single dwelling, and if it's a block of apartments, we would count, say, 10. And that information will come through automatically. We are getting numbers that show that we're higher than that, towards 1,000. We think part of that will be because we're nearly 3 months on from the December cut-off, when we thought we had 700. So we are seeing higher figures.
So what Rob's alluding to is a process that we committed to improving significantly. We've been working closely with Regulatory Services Department and REMU on a more reliable process that, as Rob points out, will become automated. We have actually concluded a piece of work which needs to be, I think, shared properly with the Minister's office and the Mayor's office, and they need to have a conversation about how that information goes out. But we have achieved what we committed to doing, which was coming up with a robust methodology to, in particular, answer that question of what's actually been completed. Now, we don't want to present any particular numbers at this meeting, but we do have some work that we are in a position to share in due course.
But it's more than just what's being completed. It's quite clear that there's a lot of building activity and earthwork activity that appears to be going on at the moment.
Absolutely.
Which would indicate that there's certainly much more than 700 that's been reported in the media. And I'm just sort of trying to get my head around what those figures are going forward.
Yep.
So that, you know, I think we need to sort of be a little bit more positive on this rather than it appears to be in the media.
So through you, Madam Chair, that 700 number relates to the sum of completed dwellings in SHAs generally. That's a December number. It's already somewhat out of date. What we've been working on is a more up-to-date figure, and with the intent of being able to distinguish between dwellings, completed dwellings in SHAs generally, and which ones are attributable entirely to the consenting process under HASHA. So that's always been something we've had trouble differentiating, but either way, it's just the tip of a very large program of work. And if you refer to page 4 of the attachment A, that starts to give you some sense of the numbers that are following rapidly behind the completions number. For example, we have, just in terms of plan variations, 9 plan variations underway for 9,000, almost 10,000 dwellings. So those will then go through the subsequent consenting in terms of actual development consents, building consents, construction activity. What we've shown you in terms of the photos is really just a sample of that.
Thank you, Councillor Quakes. But I think that's a good illustration of we put the information out, we're upbeat and positive, and the media take on it is never quite commensurate with the way that we present it. I've got Councillor Watson, Councillor Darby, the Mayor, Councillor Philippaina, and Councillor Webster, and Councillor Cooper. Councillor Watson.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and yeah, great report, David. Very instructive. And just further to what the Chair was saying, I mean, certainly 154 special housing areas, 56,000 capacity, proposed unitary plan zonings. I don't think anyone can accuse the Auckland Council of not doing its bit to meet the housing crisis when you look at these statistics. Just one question, David, it's one I asked before, but I never quite sort of remember it, is in terms of all the monitoring, could you just quickly just explain what the process is for ensuring the required number of affordable homes are getting, are getting built? What is the specific mechanisms that enable us to ensure that is being fulfilled?
I think the monitoring of what actually happens post the council's primary role in terms of the consenting process is something that we'll work on for the remainder of the year. And you'll notice in the recommendations, there's a recommendation for a full evaluation report by December. I think that report is where we will tackle some of those. What are the outcomes from the overall process? And we don't yet have a methodology. What we did have was a process to ensure that developers made an undertaking, a statutory declaration that they would commit to achieving the 10% affordability requirement that goes with particular SHAs. Now, exactly what happens after, you can see from today what we've been able to get to is a process that will tell us where homes have been completed. So what you're referring to is probably the next challenge. How do we get the next level of information? Bearing in mind that the deeper we go into this, the more we get into information that may be sensitive about particular owners of particular dwellings and that sort of thing. But we will proceed cautiously, but we know that we need to get more of that sort of information. We just don't have a methodology yet.
Okay, so we still need to decide on some mechanism that ensures that monitoring comes, and it will be the council who will have to do that.
I assume it would be the council, but it may be that it's not the council. We need to discuss that. Happy to take guidance from the committee on these sorts of issues, but it's a matter that, between the COO and the CPO and any other department that might have some overall responsibility for this, between the housing accord and the housing strategy overall, we need to think about what is the best way to get that sort of information.
Can we come back with that, Councillor Watson? It's a very good question. Councillor Darby.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you actually did say something that you said that you wrote this up on a whiteboard and it was your request. Are you not forgetting my part in that, Madam Chair? Because I really quite resented that comment.
Okay. Right.
Madam Chair, I sent an email in September last year saying that neither you or the Mayor had any idea when you made comments about where we were in terms of housing because we could not read it. And I emailed the staff and I said we needed to understand through a matrix like this, a template like this. And I don't need to own all this, Madam Chair, but it was not your whiteboard, it was my email. Oh. And no, I am making this point because I am the Deputy Chair of this committee and you just ignored my participation and I resent that.
Former Deputy Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
No, I haven't finished.
Oh, okay.
David and Rob, thanks for this. And thanks for the many discussions we've had about the importance of a template like this. Up until now, this council has not been able to read its success or otherwise in its response to the legislation. It clearly has not, but now we have. We're drowning in data and your teams have done amazing work, and I just thank you for that. For me, it's always been important to be able to respond to constituents or media or a minister when they are asking how successful is this council and what is it doing in the space of housing. I think we've really excelled, we've responded to the statute, and we're going to have to stay on top of it. The only area, and you and I have discussed this, the only category that is missing here is typology, and this is going to be the primary reading template going forward. Am I correct?
Yes.
So I would, and I know you're gathering this information because we've gone from understanding sections to dwellings to typology and the importance of typology, and typologies will be added as that data comes in.
Yes.
And members, the importance of understanding typology and not just section numbers or dwelling numbers is that there is demand in particular areas of housing, and that's our next task, is to really get our heads around and keep closely monitoring the uptake demand for particular typologies, particularly 1 and 2 household unit typologies. And that's where the greatest demand is now, and that will be accelerating. And what's accelerating it is the convergence of the baby boomers, in that category, getting out of their 3-4 bedroom home, and they are looking towards smaller units, as are those that are finding their first home, and young families finding their first home, and they are also competing. So there's this convergence between the seniors and the youngs looking for the same housing typology. And that's going to be a real challenge for us, providing for that, not just providing sections or dwellings per se. The challenge is going to be us keeping on top of meeting that demand for smaller units, and that's apartments, that's mixed, etc. So look, I want to congratulate you for pulling this together. I know this has not been a big task, and I know I was promised it in December, and then it was February and March, and here we are, but we got it. This is an easy template to read and look at our success, because as I see it, it is success. But this is not the end of it. It's the end of the tranches, of course, and 10 is just about to be gazetted. But now we have to dig down deeper into the next stage of our work. And I look forward to doing that with you. So thank you very much. I'm happy to move, Madam Chair.
Great, and I'm very happy to second. Mr Mayor. Mr Maris?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Still recovering. Hubris is a really important and most undervalued value within the political psyche, and I'm just encouraging councillors to remember that. Right. Madam Chair, I've just got 2 things to add, and I want councillors to have a look, first of all, at graph 4. And graph 4 is really critical for us going forward. A lot of the debate around the housing crisis and the challenge in supply was because we sunk into a great big non-housing building hole for 4 years during the CFG. We were building about 1,000 to 2,000 houses a year. And so one of the things that we decided as a chamber, and that the government was really keen for us to do, was to try and break the problem of non-performance through recession years for all of the reasons. And so look, you see those projections there, both SHA and non-SHA, business as usual, projected growth and development. Now it's probably more hope than reality, because recession years bring challenges. But I can see here a sustainable element of build in Auckland through the years ahead that hopefully the market sector will be able to pick up and take, but we've put in place the right framework to be able to do it. And so I'm really pleased with how that looks, and with where I suspect we'll go into the decades ahead in terms of housing development and build. The second point, and of course we're going now through major discussions to the back end of this term that talk about the shape and the urban form of Auckland. And I'm really encouraged by the fact that Auckland is in many ways ahead of this debate, the issue of whether or not we build up and build out. And if you have a look at graph 6, you will see that we have averaged in the last year 339 multi-unit buildings a year through the last year. And in the last month, in December, we did 44% of our consents were multi-level, multi-unit developments. And that reflects the growing maturity of the Auckland housing market. and it reflects greater choice. And we had a lot of discussion in here earlier this morning about affordability. By far, the most affordable options and choices within our housing market are the ones that we're now finally starting to build with bulk. And that is your apartment, terraced housing, and all those sort of options and choices. And so it's great to see us being able to deliver now across the whole spectrum of housing choice, and that's what it was always about, housing choice. We just need to keep following these graphs and see the importance of the plan that we're going to finally sign off to enable choice. Aucklanders are voting with their checkbooks on this front. So are the consents following that. So, Madam Chair, it's an excellent report, and it's mostly a harbinger of what I see as better things to come for the city.
Thank you. Councillor Webster.
Thank you. 3, 4. No, it's a great report. Thank you very much. And Madam Chair, I know how much blood, sweat and tears goes into this from your point of view. David, just a couple of things. There's one here, Bristol Road, Woodhill. Is that the Ngāti Whātua? Because nothing's been done on
Bristol Road is the Papakainga west of Kumeu.
I just wonder, there's a couple of flags here. There's about 8 that actually were gazetted. A lot of them were July 14, so I'm not too sure whether. And there's about 491 dwellings that nothing's been done. I know you've got here developer preparations, design, funding, property negotiations, etc. Are we keeping a really good eye on those? Because I mean, maybe we should take those out and put them somewhat on their own so that we can red flag them. There's a couple, I mean, some of them are quite small, but there's one for 263 dwellings and another for 115.
So through you, Madam Chair, in some of these cases, and this is the sort of information we can elaborate on in future reports, let's take the first one, for example, Addison. We know that nothing happened in terms of the HASHA process. HASHA is Housing Accords and Special Housing Areas Act 2013. The developer wanted an SHA, but then they made the decision that it was more practical in their particular case to proceed under what we generally refer to as business as usual consenting. So their activity does not appear in this, but I think it's probably something we need to include in the table where they are actually proceeding under the normal consenting process, that we actually indicate that in this table for your information. That said, there are some where nothing has happened. In some cases, a developer has a portfolio, they got an SHA, they changed their priorities and decided they didn't want to progress with this particular site, but they may be progressing with another one. So these are the sorts of decisions that developers make. In some cases, they've hit some roadblock and nothing's happened for reasons that we possibly don't even understand.
Yeah, so further to that, Madam Chair, thank you. I mean, Addison's actually got a application lodged, but I'm talking about ones that nothing's happened.
Yeah. So Addison lodged a pre-application, and subsequent to that, they decided not to progress with it through what was then the Housing Project Office, that is now the Development Program Office. Yep. They did progress through the normal consenting team. So yes, the ones that we have reported previously on a little bit more detail about why we think things aren't progressing in the relatively small ones where nothing is happening, and we can do that again. One of the things we pointed out at that time was all those SHAs where nothing is happening, they represent a very, very, very small part of the overall yield expected from SHAs. They generally tend to be very small SHAs where nothing's happening.
Yeah, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them that are, but I mean the red flag is the 263 ones, and I was just, maybe we could just look at those later, to have them in a different area next time so we can sort of see them a bit better.
Yeah.
I mean, but this is great. I mean, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Webster. I've got Councillor Philippina, Cooper, Penrose and Wood, and just before, when we finish this item, give some thought to breaks, timing, carrying on.
Yep.
Don't need to decide now. We'll see how we feel. Councillor Cooper. Oh, sorry, Councillor Filipaina, then Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair, and it's just a very small comment. Thank you for the chart, and I mean, the thing for me is the request date and gazette date there, because it's interesting how many people get mixed up around when it actually came through the council. This spells it out clearly. The last comment for me is look, I don't know what some of the acronyms here are, but do I just get hold of you and say, hey, what does this mean? I don't know whether there was, I didn't see a key to this, but...
We will include a key in the next version.
Oh, there you go. Sorry, I missed it. My bad. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask about developer contributions, because there was a member of the opposition this morning stated in the paper that he thought it was, the impression was that he didn't like the idea that we were getting more developer contributions. But would this be an expected outcome of building more houses and, you know, tripling of our consents over the last while? And also the fact that the developers are paying and not the ratepayers. Is this is this quite normal, a normal outcome of a rapid increase in building?
Through you, Madam Chair, I haven't read the, I saw the headline, I didn't read the article, but look, just reflecting on the...
Just keep focused, Dave.
HBO.
They're on 9% or something, doesn't matter.
Thank you.
All right, leave it there.
I guess we'd hope we'd get more money. That would be good.
I think they're on 9%.
Councillor Penrose. Sorry.
Oh, thanks, Madam Chair. And I just want to say, David, it's a damn good report. And as we know that come this summer, this earth season, come October, there's going to be a lot happening out of the ground. But it's going to have some challenges and some complexities across the Auckland region. You know, additional truck movements, additional vehicle movements. You know, we're really going to start grinding a bit. But I have to say that from a regulatory side of the arm of it as well, it's huge complexities, as I mentioned around this table often. You know, we get accused many times that we're slowing the process down. You know, but what I'm hearing often at the moment is that engineers are short, engineers are stretched, and engineers are holding the process up too. You know, so there's a whole compelling argument here. There's no quick fix to it, but I just want to say that, you know, working together, and it's a damn good report, so thanks, David.
Thank you, Councillor Penrose and Councillor Wood.
Yeah, thank you. Just in relation to all these SHAs, I mean, we've, and I know out in the west around Whenuapai and Hobsonville, Whenuapai is an example where there are developers that want to go ahead with developments, but they haven't got the infrastructure there, wastewater especially. But I'm just wondering, are these taking preference over any future developments? I mean, does this give them a guarantee that they're going to be plugged into the infrastructure once the unitary plan comes on board? Obviously, it'll change the complexion in relation to what can be developed, but infrastructure is going to be an issue still for the future, and we're talking about a precinct planning or that type of work. So, where does this leave us? I'd hate to see us kind of get into a dwell where we don't kind of keep the momentum going.
Well, I think the momentum will carry on, but it won't carry on under the Housing Accord specifically. All of the SHAs had to meet an infrastructure requirement, which is built into the Hasher legislation, that the infrastructure is either there or likely to be there. That may be primarily bulk network infrastructure, which is the first thing you need to consider. Like, is there capacity in the local water network or in the local roading network? But there are always, particularly with greenfield sites, there are always a lot more infrastructure issues that need to be investigated through the master planning and the plan variation process. Generally, those commitments fall on the developer, and that's just a normal state of affairs. In some cases, the council is part of that solution, but overall, the council making decisions to support an SHA is expressing confidence that the means are either there or are likely to be there to get houses coming out of the ground, and so the rest is really just about working together through the consenting process and getting the infrastructure built. That said, I think one of the reasons why we're stopping at tranche 10 is because we've made pretty much full use of the available bulk infrastructure, and so that's why you've got a future urban land supply strategy to essentially tell a story about how the next wave of land supply is going to come forward and how that's going to be supported by infrastructure. So it's a kind of a handover.
So will that be work that'll be worked through in the next prior term of council now, Madam Chair?
Well, it's already happening, and obviously you'll be aware of the work happening in terms of the future transport and future growth areas, the structure planning work for Whenuapai, which is in the future urban land supply strategy, is one of two areas indicated for second half of the first decade. So there's already one SHA in there. A whole lot were requested, but this committee made the determination it's important for that area, such a large area, to have a comprehensive structure plan before we go consenting more development. So if you've got land in that area, you're in a good location and you're not going to miss out. You just won't get an SHA right now.
So what's the time frame for, say, that structure planning? Because I mean, Long Bay took forever, so it won't be as long as Long Bay.
No, this approach will be much faster. It's already underway. I'm not personally involved with it, but I think you'll see rapid progress in the planning for Whenuapai very soon.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wood. I think that's end of questions. I'll put the recommendation. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you very much. Now, and good work. It's hugely appreciated. So I think we will take a half an hour break, just looking at we've got some fairly grunty items then to deal with, and I think it's probably best done fresh. So I'm going to move an adjournment for just around half an hour. Councillor Webster, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you.
13:14.
So we're now on, we'll reconvene, and we're on item 13, the housing forward work. Right. Welcome, team. Now, Jack, are you going to do an intro, or are you there to...
Straight over to Christina.
Did you? Lovely. Okay, thanks, Christina.
Sure.
We're in your hands.
Okay, so let me just grab this first. The purpose of this item is to discuss the Housing Forward Work Program. And this is a response to your resolution from the Council's Chief Economist's report around housing supply, choice and affordability, which you discussed in October. And what I'll do is outline some of the preliminary findings from the work that we've gone and done. And we are seeking agreement to the proposed direction for 2016-17 around the Housing Forward Work Program. So a bit of context, housing is complex. We've had lots of discussions about it already this morning, and it's a challenge for high-growth cities internationally. There's no singular solution, clearly. It's a national issue. It's a key central government focus. Council has a broad placemaking role, so while not explicitly targeted at the housing market and efficiency and regulation, we do have a role that we play. And that we are also largely pursuing what we can within the current financial and legislative parameters. So what I'd like to do is just direct your attention to the attachments. So there's attachment A, which is the large A3, looks like this.
It's really hard to read. Can't read it.
So I think the key thing to keep in mind is that it's not necessarily about all the detail, although we can make that available to you again. I know it was at the workshop, but we can make that available to you. But it's more about all of the work that is currently underway. So to get an understanding of what's going on, we mapped it across the Auckland Plan priority areas. So those are across supply, choice, quality, and affordability. We've also added an inform align category because we think there are a number of things that we do that live there as well. The stocktake includes projects, activities, does not include fora or steering groups, and it also does not include activities central government's doing on its own. So it's what we are doing either on our own or together with central government. And what's clear is that there's significant work underway in the housing area. While Council's interventions are primarily, as you'll see, supply-based, they also cover the other areas. And there are some significant infrastructure investment and delivery programs underway that you're aware of. So it's critical to keep in mind that these will be happening. So whether it's with Auckland Transport, Water Care, Housing New Zealand, there will be a lead-in time around some of these. What I'd like to do now is draw your attention to the second attachment. So that's the one that looks like this. So what we've done is, after looking at all of the activities that Council is currently undertaking around housing, we've then had a look at all of the options that the Chief Economist put forward in that report. And we've looked at where we can, probably should put it forward. What we've done is we've noted again that a lot of, and you can see that the green means that we are already doing it in part or full. The yellow are activities that we're not currently doing. And then the orangish color is not explored further at this time due to the nature of the recommendation. Either it's not the right time or we simply don't have the tools to do it. And the other color, the darker color, the sort of gray color, is that it's not currently supported by Auckland Council position or policy. So we of course wouldn't recommend going ahead with that. So what we've done is we've looked across all the things we're doing and the recommendations to see where there might be opportunities. So we also want to note that when the report was released, it was October of 2015, so a number of things may have moved on since then. And what we'd like to do with this in mind is to recommend that we continue and complete the current substantive program of work underway across the council group, that we get agreement on the proposed direction, so that is to go forward and look at other tools. So in addition to what the chief economist has said and recommended, that we look at some other approaches, tools, or ways that we can address housing in general. So we think that we're probably largely doing about 80 to 90% of what we can be doing, but there might be another 10 to 20% of things that we could also look at. So we see that in exploring these new tools or ideas and approaches, that it will require engagement with central government and other parties to be able to do that. So it might be council alone, but it probably will also be partnering. That's it.
Thank you.
Questions?
So can I just say, I'm aware that the copy you have in your pack is pretty fudgy, so those of you who, the workshop will have an original one, but what we'll do is get one up to your desks, so you've got one, because this is what we'll report back on over time, so we'll just make sure you've got an original one that's clearer.
I think we might need to do it over a couple of pages. Just
My apologies, I only saw this when I came this morning, so we can certainly distribute that to you and make it available.
That's great. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just got a couple of questions. I just see under grey, for example, reduce restrictions on small buildings, and I think you mentioned grey was not supported by a position or a policy. I don't quite comprehend that. I mean, I would have thought it was still something useful to pursue, particularly given that it's really around advocacy with government.
Right.
And I know from experience of people I'm talking about that it would have quite a significant effect.
Right, so what we've done is we've talked with those who are working around whatever the detail is in here, and what we've been advised is that we would have to also look at the Building Act around this. So there are planning rules already set under the Building Act, and it could potentially be that it would be appropriate under the RMA, but we wouldn't do anything that would necessarily undermine the Building Act. So given a number of things underway at the moment, we wouldn't necessarily, or the recommendation is that we wouldn't, that wouldn't be where we would focus our energies.
Okay, so just in terms of the explanation you've given, is that sort of explanation available for what underlies these positions that you're suggesting?
Sure. What we've done is we've had conversations with all of council, so staff across council, and of course the council group, so the CCOs as well, Panuku, and this is the advice that we have been given. So it's based on what is already council policy, so it will live in a number of places already.
Councillor Walker, I think what you're asking is, can you actually see that detail? Sure, we can get that to you. There's a section on each one of those that explains to what degree we're already doing work in that or not. Just to clarify, so what you're seeing there is as of, say, today, that's where we are. That's the areas that we either have already done stuff or that we're in the process of doing it. That's not suggesting that we shouldn't do it. That is just saying we are not doing it at the moment. And as Christina said a bit earlier on, looking at where we might go over the next year, it's probably fair to say that in terms of the legislation that we operate under, as a council, and if you look at what we've done in the past and you look what is happening at the moment, we have probably gone as far as we can in terms of housing, within the bounds that we can. There is not a great deal more that we can do within that, and that is why we're suggesting it is probably time that we maybe start looking beyond that. There might be all kinds of things beyond what is allowable today for us as a council, but that doesn't mean there aren't good things that can be done, and that's what we're asking. Let's finish off this work that you see on that A3, but let's also spend some time over the next year looking at all kinds of things that might be possibilities where we can actually make some gains. What those are, I don't particularly have any idea at this stage until you start really looking at these things. And as we discover them, we can bring them to the committee. But that's really what we're asking.
Okay.
Nothing really should be off the table. We should be looking at everything.
So, in respect of what you're looking at here from us, is this simply a sort of status report? You're not seeking endorsement around this at this point?
No, because I suppose in many ways...
When I say endorsement around this, I'm referring to where you're at across this table here.
All right, well, these are actually the chief economist's recommendations, so around what council can do itself or in partnership with others, or what we can advocate to. So none of this is, I mean, some of these things obviously are on the table, and I think that's what we're saying is that the green is what the chief economist said we should look at, and in fact we are looking at a lot of that, which is heartening because we have moved on a bit since October. But it's those other things that could be potentially looked at, yeah.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
And Councillor Clow.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Probably mine's just in relation to the item this morning, as we're talking about in this item, as we're talking about housing supply and choice and affordability. And I've just had confirmation in regards to the LTP and what was in the LTP for housing for the elderly, and thank you for the Chief Financial Officer for that. And that's 3.5 million annually. Over the life of the 10-year plan, it's 35 million. And 864,000 for the homeless in the LTP, which the mover and the second this morning, Councillor Casey and Watson, didn't support. So I just want to put that on the table, Madam Chair.
I was in support.
Can you
I was not in
repeat that,
support of the
please?
process. You can
I didn't catch that.
If it gives you pleasure, you just go right ahead.
Could I have those words repeated, because my name was mentioned, but I didn't catch it?
It's okay.
Councillor
No,
Watson.
we were just,
Councillor Watson.
we were just, I think
He's
Councillor
not here right
Penrose'
It's about the LTP.
point has been made. Councillor Clow.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. What a day. What another day.
Another day in paradise.
Christina and Jacques, at the last presentation of this, I did ask, that we go back and talk to Panuku, and I gave Newland as an example because Panuku, in its three categories, transform, unlock and support, it did have a few sitting there that they were going to keep on working on. One was the Wynyard Quarter and one was New Lynn, and there were a couple of others. And you briefly told me that Panuku thought the work had, you inferred maybe the work had all been done there just as we met on the stairs. Because I'm looking at the executive summary in this report, and I'm looking at 6 and 7. That's there, and I'm really struggling to think, are we actually doing everything at the moment to finish off projects? And I'm going to give New Lynn as the example because, and the Deputy Mayor is more than up on with the play on that issue, but for example, through the unitary plan, we have Auckland Transport trying to uplift the designation for a road that was recommended. Indeed, there was some legacy money, which has disappeared now, by Waitakere City. And yet, over in Dean's area, and Dean wasn't aware, we've got some of his staff that are fighting the uplifting of that designation. So you're going, well, this is a bit like their bad old days where, kind of, so it was, it was everyone against the ARC. But we're not finishing things, and I know, and Deputy Mayor Hulse is more than aware we haven't finished, but we're so close to finishing. But it's like, let's move on to something else, and we don't worry about that, it's all done. But it isn't done. And I'm saying, are we, even within the council itself, and then the greater council family, I'm not sure that we are tying all the laces up and finishing things, dotting the I's and crossing the T's to actually ensure we unlock those last things. And we've had that previous presentation, and New Lynn is one of the ones that's actually pretty advanced, 2,400 houses in this one development or something like that. And everyone's moving on it, so it's all resolved. The developer doesn't think it's resolved. the local board doesn't think it's resolved. I'm the local councillor, I don't think it's resolved. And I know there are other examples around, you know, wearing my bigger hat as a councillor for the whole of Auckland. There are a few others where we're not finishing them off and we're rushing forward. And as I say, I stress on the executive summary 6.6 and 7 there, I don't know whether we're fulfilling that.
As you know, you've raised this with me, and Dean has picked this up and is going the Newland example. As you know, also that's a budgetary constraint specifically, which is being worked through. This is the forward work program. I get the line as a challenging one. We can't document everything, but that's not a signal that that's just been ignored. I think we just need to, the purpose of this is to focus on what we can do materially looking ahead, and we will follow up on the Newland examples.
I want to stress, it's not just Newland I'm talking
I know,
about.
I
There's
understood
several
the
others
example.
that were sitting there in the support category, that Panuku's three-tiered approach, that were kind of things that were almost done, but they were still sitting there, and yet we're kind of thinking we've moved on.
No.
And, you know, infrastructure's there, we're almost there, and as I say, that's one example of several around.
So we'll continue to pick it up, but they're not forgotten.
Yeah, and I think Councillor Clow, you have raised this, and I think our FaceTime with Panuku through the CCO committee, I think, is a good chance to just really start to make sure that those issues that you raise are not being dropped. I think it's important.
Can I make a further comment, because and it's not, because it relates to Avondale, which is sitting here. I do believe at times where there is a little bit of disconnect occurring, because Panuku are helping, certainly in Avondale, no complaints there whatsoever, but things are moving pretty fast there, and we've had a hard job getting the racing club to get involved, but we have now got them involved. I've got them involved on a personal basis. We've now had meetings with Panuku, and it's looking promising. So some things can move on much quicker through just someone else getting more active, and indeed that was the reason Panuku said Avondale was sitting in the support and not in the unlock category, because we couldn't get arguably one of the major players, being the racing club, to be cooperative and forward-thinking, but we've achieved that, we think. So.
It's only taken 20 years.
All right.
Good on
Thank you,
Avondale.
thank you, Councillor Clow. Councillor Quacks.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And look, I think that the chief economist and his report was probably one of the better pieces of work that I've seen come out of this council, and I do hold the chief economist in very high regard. So, but I'm somewhat surprised that perhaps he's not here to talk to this, and also I'm surprised to see that he's not even an author, or doesn't seem to have had an input into this particular report. So that surprises me somewhat.
So what I would say is that we have consulted with him from the beginning of this piece of work. So what work he is currently doing is identified in this as well. But we work quite closely with him. So I can't say why he's not present, but.
Well, he wasn't even it doesn't appear that he's one of the authors of the report even, so.
Yeah, Councillor Quacks, the responsibility for housing strategy sits with us, not with the chief economist, so his name just doesn't appear on that report.
Well, that's I accept that. But given the fact that it's his report, and it's an extensive report, and I think it's a very good report, I would have liked to have seen him here as well, so that we could question him. I'd also like to perhaps challenge the narrative that is in here, that housing is a complex issue and the challenge for high growth cities internationally. And I would suggest to you that there are a large number of fast growth cities across the world which are not facing the affordability crisis that Auckland is. You know, the latest is now that it takes 10 times the medium Auckland income to buy the medium-priced Auckland house. And that's gone up from 8 times in 2014. So that from 2 years, it's gone from 8 times the medium household income to 10 times the medium household income. So we're not winning on this. And I would look at fast-growing cities elsewhere, such as Atlanta in Georgia, Raleigh, North Carolina, a lot of cities in the United States which are fast-growing cities, which are faster growing than Auckland, and don't face the same challenges that we face. And I wonder if you have any idea why that might be.
That's a big question.
How long do you
So
have?
I guess I'm just a little bit. We went into some of this in some depth at the workshop on housing, and this is, I think, Councillor Quacks, this is the nub of the entire issue around housing affordability. Can we answer this, or should we expect our staff to answer this now in a nutshell?
It's a rhetorical question, Madam Chair,
I think it
anyway.
might be. I think there's an element of rhetoric in that. So let's keep plugging through. What we're trying to do is to break it down into doable and bite-sized pieces, of which the forward work program
Well,
is
Madam Chair,
the
if I
start.
may, perhaps I can identify the cause and the reason.
Hang on, he's
that-
answering his own question.
Yeah.
If I may, well, I've been given
Because he's a self-professed.
Point of order, let's hear the answer, come on.
Yeah, I'll answer my own question. I'm happy to very
Hang on a
happy to
minute,
do
you're
that.
consulting expert, that's right. Go on,
Hang
Councillor
on,
Quacks.
hubris.
Well,
There's none of that.
it appears from most of the studies that are the most studies, is that those cities that have a much more liberal planning regime and are able to quickly adapt to growth and population through their processes have a much better affordability, or don't have that affordability issue, that those jurisdictions which rely very heavily on planning, restricting land supply, and restricting where residential properties can be built through planning. And it's good to see that, we have a very illustrative point on this in the United States, where things such as rates, interest rates and so forth are uniform, but the one thing that isn't uniform is the planning of various cities. And so you have cities like Dallas and Austin, Texas, and other cities that have affordability, and places like Atlanta, Georgia, and Raleigh, Carolina, which are beautiful cities, very livable cities, and provide lots of affordable housing for their population, don't have that kind of restrictive planning that Auckland does. And other cities, and cities across the United States, such as San Jose, San Francisco, which are unaffordable cities. And they have very high planning restrictions in those cities. And so that, Madam Chair, is the answer to the question. Hollywood?
Thank you,
Probably no
Councillor
Māoris
Quacks.
And I know people don't necessarily want to hear
No,
it.
but it's all,
Infrastructure's different.
it's all part of the debate, and I guess, again, in this big long list of actions, part of it is our planning regime. So, any other questions or comments, councillors? Feel free to ask a question and answer it. Is that might be the new quaxing.
I've got all the answers.
I think the recommendations have been moved. No, I'll move the recommendations. Councillor Darby, you happy to second?
Yeah, just a
Yep,
question
comment.
on these. There's a couple of things that I think that are worth us either advocating for or doing some work on it directly. Building materials. Now, I noticed in this morning's Business Herald by Anne Gibson, there's a piece there where the Minister's talking about initiatives that are underway. Are you able to let us know what those initiatives are?
Not on the spot. I'm not sure what the new ones are. The minister started some initiatives 2 years ago, and for example, one of the things that came out of that was that we were able to bring Gibboard from other sources. So that was one of it. And then it stalled a bit.
Yeah, it did.
Not much happened. So what the new ones are and what exactly they're doing at the moment, I don't know, but we will find out.
I wonder, Chair, if we should be locking that one in as, you know, identifying it clearly as an area of advocacy.
Absolutely.
And the other one for me is there are some serious issues around the lack of governance guidelines on body corporates, and Nikki Kay is doing some work around the Unit Titles Act. So that's also a barrier to housing. It's a barrier for people to coming into apartments or multi-unit developments where body corporates are a necessary part of that. They get a little bit wary of that, scared of that, decide not to go for it. So I'm wondering also that we should be putting that in the advocacy category. I don't think we've got it there at the moment, but there are some pretty serious body corporate disputes happening across Auckland. The Landings is one example where the body corporate has taken tenants to the tenancy tribunal 53 times in 5 years. Now, if a future investor or owner heard of that, they'd shy away from not just that development, but maybe other apartments. So I think those two categories are worthy of our work. Thank you, Chair.
Do you want to add that into the recommendation, Councillor Darby, or are you happy that they noted and followed through?
Oh, Mr. Quinn, are they better resolved, or?
No, we'll follow through. We'll bring it back as part
I think
of
they'll be noted.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, I'll put those.
Oh, Madam Chair, just
sorry,
real
Councillor
quick.
Quax. Yep.
I'm making an assumption, perhaps wrongly here, that C encompasses things like the thing that I've been, like the matters that I've been talking about. Absolutely, I'm sure that does.
Yep. We have an open mind to everything. We are working on this.
Very good. I know your mind's open.
Okay. Right.
Just like yours.
I'll put that. All those in favour, please
Open.
say aye. Against? Carried. That's great. Thank you. Thanks, Christina.
Pleasure.
Thanks,
Mr.
Sharp.
Quinn.
Right, now on to Manukau. So we've got, hopefully everyone's got the
mighty
report,
Manukau.
copy of the report with them. The addendum that was circulated. So, welcome David. Richard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't proposing to give too much by way of opening comments because we had a workshop a couple of weeks ago which most of the councillors were fortunate enough to be able to attend. We worked through the issues, both the high-level project plan and also a discussion around the funding strategy to help support the overall elements of the Transform strategy, Transform project. Really all I want to comment on in terms of opening for questions, Madam Chair, was just crystallising really, if you like, why we're here today and where we are in the process. The first part of the answer is that during the transition process there was a lot of discussion and workshops with councillors about the fact that particularly with these Transform locations we would need to ensure a real good amount of dialogue between ourselves and you around its contents, a good level of buy-in, because at the end of the day this is a 10 to 15 year project, like it, as the waterfront has been, and it's not going to work unless Panuku and the successive councils over time are closely working together, and obviously there's support there for what we're doing. The second reason it's here is that the heart of all transformation projects, and again the waterfront is a good example, is a commercial development strategy which generates value for the council, combined with investment in public good projects and activities that can't be supported by market activities, because things like public squares and good quality streetscapes obviously have to be paid for. And so really today we're looking for your support obviously of the plan, we're looking for your support of the sale of the remaining development sites in the location that have not already been cleared for sale, and we're looking for your support for the principle of reinvesting the value from those development sites into the public good components of the high level project plan. It being obvious of course that the funding implications of that go to the Finance Committee. The business cases for the CAPEX are much later in the year because there's a lot of work ahead of us to get to that point. The operating expenditure is needed earlier, but that's going to be wound into the annual plan process, all of which is incorporated in the recommendations. So if I refer you to this diagram up here just to provide some additional clarity, you can see there today on the left, so where we are today is the high level project plan, and with it the discussion around funding strategy to go off into the financial system. That moves through into framework planning, which is already underway, and we're hoping to complete that by mid-year. That's on an accelerated time frame, among other reasons, because we've agreed with the Crown to try and pull together a framework plan quickly for that location. Community and stakeholder engagement is in its preliminary stages, but will pick up steam quite substantially over the next few months. As has been the case with the waterfront, there's a need for early place activation, which is provided for in the plan and in the numbers we've put before you. And moving on through to what we call implementation planning, which, as you might imagine, is a very big detailed costing and planning and phasing exercise that will take many months. That then works through to the business cases I referred to earlier, which for things that aren't in a budget will go to the Finance Committee as part of that reinvestment approach later in the year. And then finally over to the far right, which is getting on to doing stuff, which is both that combination of releasing commercial sites into the market for development that support these strategies in the high level project plan, and the execution of the sort of public good projects that are outlined also in your high level project plan. That's probably all we need to say, Madam Chair, by introduction, and we're happy to take any questions.
Okay, well let's do questions. I've had signal that Councillor Filipaina wishes to move this.
Second.
And Councillor
I want to speak to this.
Second. Okay, so let's take some questions, or Councillor Webster.
Thank you, David, and I mean this is obviously a good move moving forward. Can you just clarify something I'm not too sure about? The sale of property that you want to reinvest in the project, is that property that we own within that area?
Correct.
So we're not talking about other property outside the area?
No.
So if we look on page 13, it's just in that framework, there are those properties in there that you want to leverage off and use that money?
Correct. The concept that we put on the table is that in effectively the two transform areas, because the same issue will come up with Onehunga, the properties that are within the physical boundary we've drawn of the transform location are covered, but nothing outside it.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think this is quite crucial, because I think when we set up Panuku, we always thought that that's probably what would happen. But I think sometimes we talk about, you know, the Manukau transformation, and what we don't want to see is properties outside that unique area, because then the local boards would be really upset. So sometimes I think it's probably our language we've got to be careful of. because I wouldn't like people to think that we were allowing Panuku to sell property outside that area to reinvest in that area, because that brings a whole policy issue into play.
Correct.
I just felt that because there's been a bit of toing and froing, so I think it's important that we clarified that. Thank you.
Thank you,
David.
councillor Webster. That's really important because I think there's been a little bit of alarm around that, and I think it's good to have that really clear that that's what's being proposed. Thank you. Councillor Clow.
David, Panuku's still got the goal of raising 67 million a year, isn't it? To basically go into the consolidated pot. How many of these properties, if any, or if all, were in your plan at Auckland Council Investments to fulfil that obligation previously? And what sort of dent in that budget?
Well, the bottom line, councillor, is that these would normally have been asset sales progressively over time that would have gone to that target. Yeah. And that's why it's got to go through the business case process. And I think really these comments and questions highlight the importance, which we all probably understood at the time in the final quarter of last year, around the debate of which was very interactive with you around selecting the two transform locations, because effectively that was a process by which we all agreed that they were going to be treated as different and priorities in the same way that the waterfront has. And that flowed, as Councillor Webster said, that flowed straight out of the transition discussions. You can't transform an area without that resource, but that clearly makes them an exception and different from the rest of the place.
So just, I brought up my reservations, and this is really to the CFO. I'm concerned about the budget. I'm supportive. I've seconded this. I have no problem with it, and I'll do the same, and only Hunga as well. Support, I mean. But I do have concerns about the budgetary implications towards us meeting the other goal, which, as we say, 67 million is approximately 4 or 5% rates take. So I'm not going to do anything or put any amendments, but we just need to be totally aware going forward, and especially the ramifications for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillor. Councillor Quakes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and just okay to make some comments now?
Yep.
Okay. And look, thanks for this very comprehensive report, and I just want to say a few things in praise of Manukau City Centre and the Manukau and the wider area that's shown on the map, because there are so many good things about Manukau, and the first thing that comes to mind is the number of jobs that are available within that area, which save people having to commute a long way. The airport, Wiri, East Tamaki, Takanini and Highbrook are all within a very short distance of that city centre. In fact, it's probably the most employment-rich area in the country, and it has good connections. I know there's some comments made here in the report about the connections being sort of acting as a barrier almost, but in fact I don't see that. All great cities are born out of good transport links, whether it's a harbour or river, London, or on a river, Rome or Sydney or Auckland. We all have good transport links. And the thing about Manukau, of course, is a very good transport link. The Southern Motorway runs past there, and the Highway 20 runs off there now. We've got the railway connection there. We've got the, and once the Waterview connection goes through, it has very good connections. So I don't think it's fair to say that it's actually doesn't have good connections, or the connections are a barrier to it. So, but I think that we can get better connections, and we do need better connections, and I think those connections especially need to go towards the east, towards Botany, towards the Botany Town Centre, towards the Ormiston Town Centre, towards Howick and towards Pakuranga. And for some time I've suggested and advocated for a busway, not light rail, a busway down to Iorangi Drive. The medium strip down to Iorangi Drive is enough to accommodate two lanes of traffic for dedicated to buses, and that can link up with Amity. So you actually have a seamless public transport link between Manukau City Centre and right round to Panmure via Amity, which was always the vision, I think, of the Eastern Corridor. So, you know, there are many good things about Manukau. I'm encouraged by your vision to improve the city centre, and I endorse what you're doing. But let's not forget, folk, that there are some very good things about Manukau that need to be embraced and can be built on.
Thank you. I think we should just say yes. Thank you. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. Long time coming, gentlemen. Long time coming. I'm going to quote from a Strategic Directions Committee meeting we had on the 13th of December in 2005. And the CEO designate at the time was Lee Orton, who came to our Strategic Directions Committee meeting with around our vision, tomorrow's Manukau, Manukau Pōpō. And it reads, within the context, this is the vision. Tomorrow's Manukau sets a vision for the city of being proud, progressive and prosperous. Council will play a pivotal role in achieving this vision, meeting the challenges of the region and utilising the city's strengths to capitalise on opportunities and positioning the organisation to play its part. The CEO designate vision at the time was to be New Zealand's leading city and council connected locally, nationally and internationally to achieve great economic, environmental and community outcomes for the people of Manukau. And that's exactly what I'm reading here. So just want to acknowledge the old Manukau City Council and the people that formed that and also took it through to the amalgamation. Because that's exactly what this document. I would also want to acknowledge Ben as well, because I know that there's been quite a bit of work that he's done around the Manukau city, but Manukau as a whole as a connect to everything. I'm not going to canvass because I totally agree with what Councillor Quacks has just said. Totally agree, so I'm not going to canvass anything that he said, nor in the report, because the benefits that you have outlined in this report is there to see. I do, however, want to acknowledge our CFO, Sue, with the inclusion of number 3 there. And for the councillors that are looking at it, it's been included. The reason it's been included is because I know that Clist Crescent, if that was sold, Rainbow's End basically will not be Rainbow's End. It will be gone. And so we need to address that issue. I know it's been an issue in the Manukau days and it continues to be an issue in the Auckland Council days. So to the CFO, thank you. And also to yourself, David, for at least putting that up there. It allows that time and that communication around that issue to be sorted out prior to coming back to the FMP. So it is a long time coming. I also look forward to believe it or not, the connectivity to Onehunga, because there is a connectivity to Onehunga through State Highway 20. And you know, that there, and Councillor Quacks has spoken about Pamela. So there's heaps, and I know that with the report, Chair, and I'll going to stop and shut up after this, but the local boards as well, the two local boards that govern that area, Otara Papatoetoe as well as Manurewa, they are both supportive of this, and it is a long time coming. So I just sort of wanted to let the councillors know that around that connectivity as Manukau moving into our Auckland Tamaki Makaurau. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Filipaina, and a respect and acknowledgement to those Manukau city councillors who are still around the table, and the Manukau Mayor. This must be a good moment to be a southerner. Councillor and I, one of those councillors.
No, I didn't have a sense. I'm happy with that.
You happy? Okay.
Actually, we don't get too many occasions to reflect backwards because we're so focused on...
Mr Mayor, why don't you have a word at this stage?
Oh, sorry, I thought you said Mr Mayor.
Look, I think you're allowed.
Councillor Lee usually does that.
Madam Chair, someone need
good. It's good timing. No, it's good.
Yeah, okay. So, thank you, Madam Chair. Hugh Davey was the first Mayor of Manukau. And one of the things, as we look back, you have to reflect and acknowledge the role of, quite frankly, great men and women in some of their visionary assessments and how they felt things were to go forward. And basically, when they were tasked with setting up the first Manukau and he was elected, they went about buying as much land as they possibly could. This wasn't the private sector, this was the ratepayers of Auckland. And so the reason why we're now able to, and what helped Manukau to have a very, very solid balance sheet was that we were able to mix our rates income with land sales and or public-private partnerships, work very closely with the private sector in this front. So one of the things that I want to, we're clearly in this focused on the need to offload some of these assets. But I just want to get comfort from the officers that in making these determinations now to meet the need, one, for us to satisfy the requirements of the LTP in terms of land sales, and that's good. But secondly, to get a sense that this is not just about offloading our assets, but it's also about leveraging and developing our assets as we've done on the waterfront. So can we just sort of reflect a little bit of how the Manukau developmental plan will work forward, given the fact that we, for example, have utilised the Rainbow's End land. It sits there with some good leasehold arrangements to ensure social economic benefits. The MIT land sits there on a long-term peppercorn. So can you just sort of give us a bit of a sense on how Panuku in its very early stages views the public role in the development of this area, which you acknowledge is underperforming, and that's right, in terms of what the present rental and sale value, boundaries are for that Manukau city centre. It should be up around Takapuna, it should be up around Newmarket, but it's not. So,
yeah,
just reaching out a bit, Dave.
Yeah, so that's correct, Mayor, and if we just go back to that diagram I put up, Tam, so one of the things I put up there we're working on now is what I call a framework plan, which some people referred to in the past as master planning or whatever, which will be looking at those sites in the context of the centre and what will be the best outcome for the whole centre. And when we take those properties to the market, we will be looking to link up with development agreements with good quality development partners to achieve outcomes on those sites which, while they return value, will also be contributing to what the framework plan has identified as working best for the area. So there is no intention with any of those sites that we will simply dump them out, if you like, to the highest bidder. They will all be they will all be development partnerships that will have agreed outcomes that will reflect the framework plan that is due to be finalised within the next couple of months.
Good. And second question.
Which is, again, as you say, is very similar to the waterfront model.
Yeah, good. And second question, and it's not specifically a part of this, but very much part of the developmental area. Te Wera will be opened at the end of this month, which will be fabulous. We've got a development going in beside it that should be complementary. The sort of the empty part of the heart of the Manukau development has always been the County's Manukau District Health Board land sitting right in there beside the Kerrs Road Hospital. That has been vacant since the farmer left it in 1950, and it has never even looked like getting developed. Can you please tell me whether or not we're in very early discussions with the CMDHB to at last do something with that land?
Yeah, so we are in early discussions with the DHB because they're having a good think about the future of their site. They've obviously had a long-planned major new sort of super clinic to go in there, which probably won't need all of the site. So we've already had a workshop which they were an active participant in, and we are we've established an ongoing dialogue from that workshop. They've agreed to be part of the framework plan I was talking about, so they understand the benefits for both Manukau and for them in linking their site clearly into the thinking around the whole future of that area. So they haven't determined what they want to do yet. They're still working through their own thoughts, but certainly they're keen to be part of this. And if they were to have any surplus land, it would, will obviously fit into this framework planning that we're doing with their agreement.
Great.
Okay. I've got Councillor Anai, Member Taipiri, Councillor Penrose, Crum and Casey and Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question that's been bothering me with this whole thing here is parking for the courts. It's been a major problem out there from day one that has been insufficient for the courts or for the police, as you know, for the public. So what are you thinking about building around that particular area as part of this structure?
Yeah, so again, that'll come out in the thinking with the framework planning, because clearly one of the challenges for Manukau, if you look at it, and there's a great aerial, I think, that's in the plan that shows you just how much at-grade car parking dominates the whole centre. So there's obviously a need, given that the vision for this is looking ahead 10, 15 years, is that we need to look at just different ways of accommodating that potentially, and that's something we'll be working on with Auckland Transport. Because on the one hand, we need to make provision for the vehicles for the businesses and activities that are there, but on the other hand, we need to combine that with thinking about, a certain point of centre with that grade car parking reaches a point where it becomes part of a problem as well as part of a solution. So we need to sort of think about how we achieve those objectives, and so clearly over a 10, 15 year time frame, you're going to look potentially at more parking buildings of the kind Auckland Transport's already put in. I mean, all those ideas will be on the table.
I raise that because the car park that's there now is going to be the bus interchange, and you've got MIT there, and you've got the huge courts and police area where I've been seriously concerned for some time that this was coming, and I just want to make sure we're ready for that, as well as the Rainbow's End deal there, and all the development that's going with across the Te Wera, etc. as well. I mean, huge numbers of people are going to be in this area. It's quite large, and we really have to make sure we're ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anai. Member Taipiri.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, and I'm here nui ki a koutou I tēnei wā. I'm just pretty happy to see on those pages, I think it's 49 to 51, the information you have there about working with mana whenua. I know it's very high level, and I see about the work program, so I just wonder when that might start to be able to be seen in terms of what that program is and what it entails. And there's a description in here on 49, which is 27 of the document. At the bottom it says, will extend into committed collaborative engagement and relationships with Mātai Waka and urban Māori, the broader Māori population. It sounds like three ways to identify the same group. So you might want to help me there, and just if there are others other than Mātai Waka included in that paragraph, I'd be keen to know who that is or what that might be. But again, and that really does bring to mind of how you will engage with Mātāwaka, because if you have a work program with mana whenua, how you might continue that engagement with Mātāwaka. So I'm quite keen to understand, particularly about that broader Māori population. Does that mean more Māori from outside Auckland, I guess is what I'm asking. And just on the report for the 5 properties, which says subject to finance and performance, I'm assuming that will go through the same process that you normally do of investigating those lands prior to putting them up to council for disposal?
Yes, all that will be, or has been, respected, has been done. Yeah. Do you want to answer the question on engagement?
Thank you. As you know, in Panuku we have a really strong engagement process with iwi, mana whenua and hapu, and it could just be extra wording that might not be necessary, but some of the iwi that we are working with are from the Hauraki or from Waikato, because they have a lot of association with that centre for shopping, retail and other business, and so as part of a wider process we engage with quite a broad range. 11 is what we've recorded.
But they are from Tamaki, the ones you just made reference to.
Yeah, it could just be extra wording.
They're from somewhere else, but they're from here.
Yes, it could be extra wording that's unnecessary.
So when you say, is this the one where it's Mātāwaka and urban Māori, the broader Māori population? Is that the answer to that question?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm more confused.
Maybe that might just be a bit of offline clarification, Member Taipiri. Councillor Rose.
Question,
Oh,
the
yep.
work program. I asked when the work program or with mana whenua, that is, you're developing a work program with mana whenua for the framework planning process. Yep. When will that work program start to be seen?
I think in Gallagher you're best to
Yep.
answer that.
Kia ora. Good afternoon,
Kia ora.
everyone. The work program for engagement, including mana whenua, Māori broadly, will be developed alongside the framework plan. That work has already started, and in fact it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation where we're already engaging, obviously with mana whenua in particular, but also the local board and other stakeholders as we in fact develop that plan. So
Okay, so that's a general work program, is it, rather than just a specific one? It sort of makes me think there's a specific work program with mana whenua, but you're talking about a wider work program. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Crum.
Thank you. Can you just give me a couple of headline comments on 2 counts? One is under funding strategy, possible access to funds from a partnership approach with the government. So just any work that you've initially touched on then or touching on. And the other is, and you'd expect this to be a biased comment from me, but it's a genuine comment, lessons learnt and learning in preparation for your high-level project plan for Onehunga. So you're doing this now, big body of work, a lot of staff time, but there must be some take-on comments for where you're going next.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. The references to the Crown are just because there have been a number of different processes, some of which well predate us, of discussions with the Crown about the opportunity that there is in Manukau. You know, as Councillor Quack's very eloquently articulated before, there's a lot of good infrastructure and assets there, but it's kind of punching under its weight, and it's in a part of the region that will keep growing rapidly. So the Crown has a strong interest in it as well. There are some significant blocks of Housing New Zealand land in it. There's the DHB land that the Mayor referred to. So the Crown has an interest, but has not yet really, if you like, firmed up what it might like to do or ultimately not do. So that's just part of the process going forward over the next period of time, and you know, depending what flows out of that and what the Crown might wish to achieve, could involve some commitments by them to projects. So it's just meant to float that as a possibility rather than hint that something, in particular agreed or understood. It's very, very early stages. Your broader comment, I think it's probably fair to say there's no significant major learning from the Manukau process, but obviously as we've gone along, each one of these we're learning ways to streamline it a bit more and how to identify issues and articulate them. So I would describe it probably as lots of smaller learnings rather than any big major thing we realised we didn't do.
I'll just echo the provision for car parks in the business centre comment that came up earlier. Also something to watch out for in terms of Onehunga. I know
and you have a very similar dynamic there where, if you think about Onehunga working as a connected centre with a lot of people activity, it is very dominated as well by lots of sites taken up by at-grade car parking. So that's two sides of a coin when we need parking, but it also acts as a bit of a deterrent to the build-up of a feeling of density and activity in a town centre if it's not properly planned for and provided.
And provided for in the future too. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Councillor Crum. Huge apologies, Councillor Penrose.
Oh,
I
no
skipped
problem,
over you.
Madam
Councillor Penrose.
No, I wasn't actually going to speak until you'd moved that slide there and you showed the recommendations, because I was a bit concerned, like Councillor Philippina was talking about, and I won't speak as long as him. But I just want to say to David and John, to Richard, awesome work. It'll be interesting to watch it unfold in the coming years ahead. And a lot's been said around this table as to what it will create, and in particular Rainbow's End. That's what I'm concerned about. So the recommendation that you work closely with those guys, because it's absolutely fundamental, especially as the population in Auckland increases and the young ones increase in Auckland. The theme park is absolutely critical. People dive over the Tasman to see the Gold Coast for the theme parks, and it really gels that place. So it's critical that Rainbow's End, as it develops in the years ahead and continues to develop, that they play an integral part, and that car park is an integral part of that development. As we look, as has been mentioned in regards to Wero, and the opening of that on the 26th, that'll be significant for the south as well, bringing all that area in together. Sadly, some of us won't be able to make it to the opening because we've got Parks Committee, but I'm sure there'll be a number there to see that come to fruition. So again, good work.
Thank you, Councillor Penrose. Councillor Casey.
Oh, hi David. One of the things we're doing today under G is signing off your operational budget. I just have a couple of questions on page 10, which is the cost of the various consultants for the different parts of it. And my first question is why you've used the figure $220 per hour for each of the consultants. That's for the framework planning, communications, implementation and development.
Of necessity, Councillor, these are estimations. So there's just a number that reflects our experience of the sort of skill sets that need to be brought in. Obviously, if we can do better than that, we will do better than that. But it tends to be skill sets we're trying to get in are, quite. They are considerably skilled people that we're trying to use for this type of work. They're in short supply, particularly at the moment with the construction sector as it is. So this is just meant to be a realistic representation of costs.
Do they get brought in for is it a contract or is it per hourly rate?
Well, it will differ. I mean, as much as possible, we're trying to use staff, but of course the workload with this and everything else is considerable. So with different jobs, different functions, we've got to leverage off that combination and try and find the right balance between staff and contractors.
Why do you need extra comms help?
Extra which?
Communications. You've got communications staff.
Well, there's a significant amount of community engagement and stakeholder engagement in a regeneration of an area this size, and what is known from the waterfront experience and probably any other regeneration project, you can think of around the world is a high level of community engagement and buying with stakeholders. I mean, Councillor Crumb's next to you, she'll know already before we've even got the plan ready how much engagement is having to go on in Onehunga. All of that requires skilled people, and it requires lots of hours.
So it's really for the public consultation that you're hiring consultants, not communications per se?
Well, actually,
yes, that's right. We're calling it engagement, so it's comms and engagement, engaging with people.
And is that comes at the same level as framework and planning at $220 an hour?
Yes, those are average rates.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think what we've got here, Councillor Casey, is simply the reality of life, which we kind of rail against, but that's the reality. I do think you pick up a good point, though. Comms is then reported in the news as we're spending 170,000 or whatever it is on spin doctors, and I think we need to make sure that we are very clear that there's community engagement and then there's comms, so you make a good point.
Madam Chair, can I just give one very quick practical example of what that might look like? We had the Onehunga Festival on Saturday, and there was two guys going around with the camera, one interviewing, and they were grabbing people, getting little vox pops, little comments, and it was PDA staff. And they were there as a forerunner to what Panuku will be doing in the community, and it's incredibly important that if it's going to be the lead agency in a transformation area, that people begin to trust that lead agency, see it, hear it, know it. We've got a big role to play. This is not just it's a different space for us in a transformation area, so we are going to need some visibility in a major way to garner those levels of trust. So I thought it was a really good thing to do. Not quite sure where the footage will be used, but it will be used.
Okay, that's a good example. Councillor Wood.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think it's an excellent start, and congratulations for the work you've done already. I'm just going to follow up on what Councillor Casey was talking about, is this shareholder or stakeholder engagement and communications plan. I do think that there's kind of the way the culture of that area works now, and Councillor Penrose has dragged me around to some of the bars in the early hours of the morning out there.
Point of order. Poor old Callum has to go along with you.
The other way around.
Yeah.
You wouldn't need much encouragement,
well,
would you?
No, I didn't, no. But I do think that, I think that you've got to kind of try and do a bit of a transformation. What's it? Transmogrification, as Mr. Banks used to say. You know what that meant.
To a beautiful butterfly.
So I just remembered that word a bit. But no, I do think that is the case, because there's, as Councillor Anais says, it is very spread out, and where the police station and the courthouse is it's like out on an island. So those are the areas I think also you're going to have to try and find some way of just joining the place together. And I think that that town team set up, I think that'd be good to hear back sometime in the future as to how that's all working and what the process in place is.
You make a good point, Councillor, because the reality is, even on one site, let alone an area this size, we know people care very deeply about physical changes to what's going on around their business or their home, and that turns a bit sour if people don't feel like they're adequately being consulted and informed. And there are a lot of businesses in this area, as was pointed out earlier. There are a lot of organisations with interests, so we absolutely can't afford to undercook the engagement. I mean, it's not being spent on pamphlets. It's largely high quality interactions that need to take place to make sure we understand people's issues and we talk to them, and you basically can't have inexperienced or unskilled staff or contractors doing this sort of work. Clearly, if we don't need it or we're not going to use it, I mean, this is just trying to get a realistic kind of message around that, you know, doing something on this scale requires a resource commitment. It's no different from the waterfront or major regeneration efforts elsewhere. We've got to be realistic about the costs, or we will all end up in strife.
Okay, and I'd just say, keep in touch with the Southern Initiative people as well.
Oh, certainly, I forgot that one, Councillor. So we are working very closely with the Southern Initiative. They're looking at, in fact, co-opting one of their staff to the team. We're not trying to in any way duplicate what they're doing, and some of the thinking for this plan has come from that team. So a number of the initiatives are really the same as theirs. So we've tried to pick out things we think are relevant in this spatial area and work with them to basically help them progress their projects and initiatives as they fit into this. So there's no question that we are doing that or duplicating stuff.
Good. And final word, Councillor Cashmore.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Very brief. Team, the presentation, the workshop last week, was it?
Week before, I think.
Superb. It was really informative and probably well exemplified by the acceptance of the project now. My two very quick questions. Indicative level of private sector buy-in to what you're proposing, have you started that yet? And the second one is, this is a massive project over a number of years involving many millions. What level of risk analysis have you done around timing, sequencing, and the actual project, not even to mention the political risk, just forget that, just the actual project itself?
Yeah. The answer to your question is that over time, because obviously ACPL had exposure in this area with at least some of these sites, and so we know there's a level of commercial interest. We also know that there are barriers to redevelopment, which is what's articulated here. But one of the reasons that we recommended Manukau as a transform location is because we believe basically the market interest is there and needs to be tapped into and leveraged and encouraged, and people need the confidence and certainty that we're investing in the area to encourage private investment to go with it. Obviously, at a sort of intuitive level and at general level, we're aware projects like this have a lot of risk. The piece of work you're looking to is really what's going to unfold as we move through to the right-hand side of that graph I put up at the start, because it's really when we get to that implementation planning and we start to really scope up the cost in detail of these projects, what we expect to get out of these development sites and the level of risk around that, we can start to understand more clearly other risks. We start to look at the timing of things and the risk around that. It's logical to assume that in the life of this project we'll have a turn in the property cycle, so we have to think about all those things as well. But it is later on that happens.
Okay, so the market absorption capacities will
correct.
follow through then.
Yeah, so when we get to that implementation stage on the sort of middle right of that box, that's when we have to start to think, you know, what sites do we put out? I mean, broadly there's a direction here, but in terms of what order they go out and what we cluster together, that's all thinking which goes on then. And as part of what we want the budget for, because there's a reference in the budget, you know, feasibility work, which again is pretty skilled people working out the market realities of these sites and working with the market to figure out how many sites you should release at once and in what order and all that sort of stuff that you're referring to.
Holding costs and so forth. Yeah.
Holding costs, yeah, project management.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cashmore. Any other questions or points? I'm going to put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And well done, team. The work on this has been fantastic. And we will cheer this on for the South warmly. So thank you so much. Yep, indeed. Moving on to, and also just acknowledging our many community advocates who have pushed for this, and including Ben Ross sitting at the back. We've had many presentations from Ben cheering on Manukau, so well done, Ben. Our pretty almost, but yep, our last item is Transport for Future Urban Growth update. Welcome, team. Sorry about the long wait. Good to have you here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Peter Casey from the New Zealand Transport Agency, and so we're very pleased to be here. And so we're talking about the Transport for Future Urban Growth. And so the New Zealand Transport Agency is really values the way that we're working with the wider Auckland Council group, and particularly here with Auckland Council and Auckland Transport. And so in terms of the context for this, you'll all know this inside out, but really going back to the Auckland Plan, the unitary plan, the future urban land supply, special housing areas and spatial priority areas that the New Zealand Transport Agencies work closely with the Auckland Council group on. And now we've come to the challenge of the ongoing growth that Auckland faces, and particularly in the greenfield areas, how sort of do we try and get ahead of that growth curve? So the Transport for Future Urban Growth is an initiative where we're looking to come out with a sort of network plan very shortly. And so the purpose of today is to give you an update on the consultation work that's been occurring around that. And we'll be bringing this to a conclusion in June, July this year. This work interfaces closely with the Auckland Transport Alignment Project that I'm sure you're all aware of, and how we're working those through together hand in hand. So I think one of the key messages here is how this has been a very collaborative approach. We really are doing things quite differently with the Auckland Council group, and it's really been one team. It's a really exciting and encouraging way we're working. And so Phil here will talk you through some of the more detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So what I intend to do this afternoon is just give a quick update on the last round of the consultation. Pretty short presentation. I've tried not to duplicate too much that was in the actual paper. And you may have noticed a few boards in the foyer. For those councillors interested, afterwards we can show you the consultation boards for the next round of consultation. So Peter's given some background. I think we're all aware of the project. The presentation stage regarding the first round of consultation, which was completed in March. That was essentially a series of options, and we asked the public to give us recommendations, what we'd missed, what they'd like to see in a future draft preferred network. And yeah, that was completed quite recently. The business case Peter mentioned, we're still working through the programme business case at the moment, and that should be finished in its entirety by August, but most of the work done by June, like Peter stated. So just a quick rundown of some of the main points. The first consultation was done in February and March. Fairly popular on the Auckland Transport website. We had 590 forms filled in. We did an awful lot of open days and breakfast meetings and local board sessions, amongst others, and up to 800 people attended those public sessions. One of the things we did in the consultation, we had some toy money, and we were asking people to, if they wanted to spend $100 of their own money, what would be their priorities. So for the South, very big emphasis on public transport. There were numerous public transport measures in our programmes that we showed. And the new north-south corridor from Manukau to Drury, so that's Mill Road really, came through very strongly. A few more detailed questions for the South. In Takanini, we asked a question about Mill Road. How do people like it? Should it be extended down to Drury and further? And there was a very strong yes for that. A similar question in Drury. Again, 68%, a fairly high positive for that, which you'll see why it's ended up in our preferred programme. Other comments came fairly strongly around addressing current safety issues on State Highway 22, and again, probably even extending the Mill Road corridor further through a sort of duplicated SH22. In Parata and Pukekohe, very strong feedback for a bypass and just general comments regarding freight and the movement of heavy vehicles in that area to be addressed. And again, you'll find schemes in our preferred option that reflect some of that. In the north, with the same money, again, a very strong steer for a variety of public transport schemes we had in the option, and I guess the other big one was the Matakana Road extension, which I'm sure you're all aware of, and again that does occur in our preferred network as well. Going up north, again Matakana came through very strongly in some of the questions we asked, 76% there. A lot of questions and feedback on public transport. The question was asked, would you take a PT service or a bus service to Auckland CBD? 72% of people said they'd use that. 67% of people said they'd use improved or new park and ride services as part of that CBD link, and there was a 50% very points towards can we improve our local bus services. Wainui and Dairy Flat. Yeah, again, a strong leaning towards improved north-south connections, essentially through some of the future growth areas as well as upgrading what's already there, and a very probably the highest percentage we had back. 90% of people wanted to get on with extending the busway to Silverdale and beyond. For the northwest, the same money. You can see strong leaning towards extending commuter rail services to Huapai. Similarly, the option we had about a parallel link to State Highway 16, so almost like a link road stroke bypass to the south of Huapai came through very strongly. But again, the existing problems of dealing with safety improvements on State Highway 16 came through as well. So Northwestern Busway, again, came through strongly. I know it's not a project that's not even been built yet, but in terms of extending the busway to Kimu, came through at 90%. Similar strong view to an RTN, a busway type approach for State Highway 18, so taking it through to Constellation. And again, people were trying to think a little bit forward as well. Could these busways become light rail? There was a lot of discussion in the public open days about that and being a little bit more innovative and forward thinking. And you can see there, 90% of people felt a lot of the busways that we're talking about should actually be light rail, maybe even before even a busway or instead of a busway. iwi engagement, it's been a very strong task within the Transport for Future Urban Growth project. We have a specialist Māori advisor within the team to help us, and so far 19 iwi kaitiaki have been engaged in a comprehensive series of huis which are ongoing, partly to just go through the programs and the projects in a normal consultation, but also to develop mena whenua values within the actual multi-criteria analysis, and that's a process that's very much ongoing at the moment. Some of the themes that are coming back from our current workshops, just making sure we understand the implications for the areas, how these options will impact on iwi interests, and that development needs to be done in a way that improves the important values that already exist. Obviously, we have specific iwi comments, and they're coming through very strongly. And just the fact that how is the feedback, how is the MCA going to be developed into the project, and especially on a long-term basis as well, when these lines on maps actually turn into physical projects. To wrap up, you would have seen this before. This is the project program. So Currently, we're just about to start our second round of consultation. We've gone through a considerable amount of workshops and internal working and engagement. And we have come up with a draft recommended network, which is what we're going out to consultation with, and that consultation will happen in April and May. June, we're looking to have our sort of draft programme business case and ready. And over June, July, August, it will be going to various Auckland Transport and New Zealand Transport Agency boards for approval. Yeah, so our consultation that we're going to start, well, starts right now actually, finishes on the 13th of May. Similar approach to last time, going out to the community, asking for feedback. What have we got right? What don't they like? Have we really reflected some of the thinking and feedback from the first round? And like I say, the process to complete the programme business case for the Transport for Future Urban Growth project, we've got a lot of work to do after the consultation over the next couple of months, and then we've got our first trip to the NZTA board on the 10th of June. That's followed up by another one in August, AT board in July, which will be to, I think, recommend the actual programme business case itself. And we will report back to council as required, certainly report back in terms of this round of consultation, and affected local boards and councillors are all part of the consultation process anyway. And that's it.
Fantastic, thank you. This has been really, really good work and really well done. Councillor Webster.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And can I congratulate and recommend you on your round of consultation. The only problem is that just as I've thought I might have a Saturday home, I see that I'm supposed to be in Dairy Flat or something on Saturday. I think, unfortunately, particularly in the north, there wasn't a lot of local board and councillors attended some of those, but they were very good, the ones that we went to. And I know many of the staff gave up their weekends and evenings to be at those, so looking forward to the next round. I'm just, I suppose it's that next round, I hear what you're saying, but considering it only seemed weeks ago that we were in some of these places, are we just going to confuse issues by going back? I'm just trying to get in my mind what the difference is going to be going out and consulting again. I understand you're going out to say, have we got it right? But just talk me through that, because I could probably go to the ones that I went to before Kumuhuapai. I didn't go to Kumuhuapai because it was at night, and no, it was in the afternoon when we had that meeting, and I didn't get there. But the Dairy Flat, the Silverdale, the Walkwith, the Kumuhuapai, the you know, where the airport, other airport is. Aren't we just going to get the same stuff again? Are people just going to get totally confused? Can you talk me through that?
Yeah, as I said before, this is moving very fast. Normally this would have taken us years to do what we're doing in 6 months. And so we're going out with a preferred network. So it is a short time frame, but the team have been working exceptionally hard in a really collaborative manner. And so we're going to bring forward a preferred network, and then in the schedule is up there, then we're going to say, well, that's what we're going to do. And that moves straight into, in many cases, you know, quite a detailed implementation phase. So in terms of ensuring, so this is not just like things on a map. These are actually real projects that will actually get a life of their own. So in terms of that, having, you know, checking in on the preferred network is a critical part, because then we're into, you know, getting down to the let's go.
Can I further, Madam Chair? I mean, you were taking attendance records of people who were there at those. Are you going to email them and say, this is what we've decided, do you want to come along and talk to us? Or I'm just wondering if it's necessary for the sort of consultation that we did before, or is there a smarter way of doing it?
I'd probably need to double check with the comms team, but certainly the people that left feedback on the website and people that left written feedback with email addresses at the days, and there are a lot of those people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have their email addresses, and but I'd need to check to see whether we're actually sending something out. If we're not, I'm sure we could.
Just to say, you know,
We are.
we've listened to you, this is...
We are.
Oh, good, no, well, I wondered if you were, but I just, okay, so I'll know what I need to get myself geared up to answer when I go to some of those ones again, particularly Dairy Flat.
I think, Councillor Webster, having a look at the boards and some of the consultation material might answer
Yeah, no, well, I've
some
seen
of
the boards.
that. Yeah.
No, I've
Yeah.
been very lucky they're keeping me informed.
Okay. All right. I've got Councillor Darby, Casey, Cashmore and Councillor Wayne Walker. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Peter and Phil, Don, Jacques, big team, and many behind you working on this one. We went out to LTP, consultation there, we got feedback, and it was public transport, active transport, and then we went to annual plan, we got public transport and active transport a bit louder, and now we're getting it even louder. And it's pretty clear that, and if I look through the south, the north, and the northwest, it's echoed. I've never seen feedback of 90% for busway extensions. It's an incredible number. 90% for Northwest Busway, 90% for running the busway Silverdale-Orewa, huge support for rail extensions in the south, lots of talk about PT generally, talk about cycling, etc. So what's your draft going to show to reflect that incredible feedback, which says, bring me PT, before you bring me anything, bring me PT? What's your draft going to say in response to that not insignificant feedback?
Without having the boards in front of me, certainly in the south, our first sort of cab off the rank in terms of projects is electrification for the rail line, and then increased rail capacity. We have a further bus-based RTN proposal between Manukau and Pukekohe, where we feel that there might even be some short-term capacity issues in the PT network. There's guidance or a steer towards a rapid transit, we're not talking about short mode yet, between Botany and Manukau going on to the airport. That's to address some of the growth and where we feel some of those jobs are going to be, which the numbers are quite high on staying within that local area. Going further north, we have the extension of the busway up to Grand Drive, and a PT loop around Orewa to feed into that. We have a number of new railway stations proposed in the south as well, so Drury West, Pirata, and you have to help me on the fourth one, but also with park and ride facilities as well. And have I missed anything? Northwestern Busway, of course, and also, and we couldn't show these on the maps because they're actually getting crowded. You're right, they are crowded. An extensive walking and cycling networks behind that. There's an awful lot of work done, and it's not really reflected in the boards because of the amount of lines, but a lot of work done in our workshops on the planning of those future networks for cycling as well.
Okay, so that's the additional, that's the difference between what went out and what you're drafting for the draft. Yes. That's the difference. Okay, thank you.
It's what the people have said, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Casey.
Yeah, just following up from that, in the north, there was one of the key findings was better cycling infrastructure. In the northwest, it was good walking and cycling connections, and there was no mention of cycling in the south. Can you just tell me what those both meant in terms of the? It's really, I think it's just been asked, but
yeah.
Was there no need from the south for better cycling?
They still ride horses.
There certainly was. Some of my colleagues might be able to help me maybe afterwards when we look at the boards, but I can say that for every workshop we did for each area, we spent a lot of time developing cycle networks for each area, and the south got the same treatment as everywhere else. So maybe it didn't come through strongly in maybe the slides up here, But for every new arterial that we've looked at, every new busway or motorway connection, there is that cycling corridor to go along with it, where possible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cashmore, well-known cycling advocate for the South.
Definitely,
You'll
Madam
get
Chair,
slaughtered.
with the
You say that, you get slaughtered.
2 million tonnes of aggregate coming out of the south to help build Auckland, I'm sure that cycleways are very important for safety measures to keep them away from 50-tonne rigs.
Exactly.
Team, a personal note for the work that you have done in your own times and your weekends and at nights. It's been fantastic. At the Pukekohe AMP show, they just came in and out of your tent all day, looking, asking questions, and it was a topic of conversation around the whole grounds. And every time you go out to any public meeting in the south, the first question you get asked is, when is it coming? So my question to you is, how are we going to manage the public expectation about delivery? Because that's where we're at now. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, certainly, as Peter alluded to, this is a very, very accelerated process. A lot of that is because of exactly those reasons. A lot of it is because to fit in with the ATAP programs and things like that. I think, as David Cleland mentioned earlier, it's almost now over to the future urban land supply strategy and the timings now that the SHAs are out of the way to a degree, and we've got that timing and structure there. So David mentioned, Whenuapai being the first cab off the rank, and that is happening right now. So I guess at the moment that is our default position and timing. Who knows what's going to happen in the future, but that's currently the timing we're working off of now.
We just need to ensure the public have an understanding about that it's very, I think at this stage, it's got to be front and foremost as this is the process from here on in, some bit of definition around that, so that people understand they're not necessarily going to have Mill Road finished in its complete entirety by next year, and electrification might still be 3 or 4 years away or whatever for a start time. There needs to be some reality around it.
Yeah.
That's great feedback, and one of the reasons I think why structure planning was structured in the future urban land supply strategy is because once you do a structure plan, you set that expectation that something's going to happen, and obviously we know we can't do that everywhere at once. So, yeah.
I think people just need certainty, Madam Chair, and even if it's certainty they don't actually want to hear, if it's certain that you're going to get something at some stage, then they can plan their lives around it.
Agreed. I've got Councillor Wayne Walker and then Councillor Penrose, and I think that might be it. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Yeah, sure. One of the issues that I've raised in these long-term studies is around risk analysis, and especially risk analysis as it goes to sea level rise. Last month we had another scientific study coming out doubling previous predictions, especially because of ice breakup in Antarctica, and these concerns are very real. They are on track for happening. Certainly we know that sea levels is rising and it's clearly accelerating. There's another massive issue that confronts us around reducing emissions, and not just reducing emissions modestly but dramatically. These are the main issues of our time. And so my question just goes to risk analysis and scenarios, because what we've got are transport links and improvements that are in very low-lying areas around Auckland, population that's showing in areas that are likely to be flooded. These are very significant issues that are going to confront us sooner or later. So I'm just asking as to what sort of risk analysis and scenario treatment you're using for these projections.
Can I think Councillor Walker, this is probably quite a detailed question, totally appropriate, but I'm going to suggest that perhaps you're briefed directly by the team putting this together. I think that it is an issue that has been raised, and I think it'll be really good to for you to be able to get the information you need directly. Councillor Penrose.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I just want to echo some of Councillor Cashmore's words there in relation to the good work, gentlemen. But I have to say, as to why he had so many people come through the tent at Pukekohe AMP show was probably because he was offering free traffic light ice blocks to people. That aside, that is,
Go to icebox today.
and I say traffic light icebox. That aside, some will get that one. That aside, in relation to walking and cycling, it is of concern though, because we, as you know, Don, it's really of concern in areas like Takanini Strait and the likes, where I think I've seen 2 cyclists in my whole time I've been on driving up and down that in the last 35 years. And we've taken out roading infrastructure or roading network to allow for cycleways, which is now added to the congestion problem that we've now got. And if there's one thing I get bombarded with every week, it's that. Is the timing right for that? I would say no, it's not at this point in time. We do need to allocate for cycleways into the future, but in certain areas, yes. Of the south, certain areas, no. So I just want to put that on the table. But otherwise, good work. And as Councillor Cashmore's said there, when you're talking 200 million tonne of aggregate coming out of those quarries annually, with those quarry trucks supplying 98% of Auckland, hence why we're concerned about cycleways in some parts.
I think
Good work
that's
otherwise, brilliant.
But ever write off cycleways into the future. So I think that's a good moment to put the recommendations. I think they've been moved and I think so. If not, Councillor Webster and Councillor Penrose. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, thank you. And can I just, these are long meetings, and can I just thank everyone who's still here, acknowledging some people have had to go for good reason, but thank you for the good humour and the input and the work today. It's really appreciated. And to our staff who do all the legwork and make this happen, thank you again.
Yours as well, but